I am a poultry farmer. I deal in the business of rearing the broiler chickens, and I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I've been in this business since 2014, and I was able to start the business through a loan I took from Finnlemm Sacco through a member who introduced me to the same. I have grown since then. I started with 300 chicken. Currently, I'm doing a total of 7,500 chicken in a month. Mainly, I supply to butcheries, I supply to fast foods, I supply to institutions, and as well as restaurants.
My name is Martha Kendi. I am an entrepreneur. I run a spare parts business in industrial area where we deal with Mercedes parts, mostly mechanical parts. We deal with body parts, we deal with service parts, suspension parts. I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I joined in 2016. That's the year 2016. Once we paid, I would set my savings there, and then after I decided to leave work and come do business, the savings came in handy because that was my initial capital that I took a loan there, and then that's how I began the business.
I have developed a saving culture through Finnlemm, and I've been able to take loans. I've been able to service them from the proceeds of this business, and it's a very promising business. In future, I want to increase my capacity, and I am very sure with the help of Finnlemm as a partner, I'll be able to go to the next level.
I've kept on once in a while borrowing some money. I take loan I think like 2 or 3 times in a year to boost my stock. I've also used the same loans to even do my personal or my family investments. We have a few properties that we've been able to buy even through the Sacco. Yeah, so I've really benefited a lot with this Sacco, and I would encourage anyone, whoever wants to join and whoever feels that they're afraid of taking loans, if you can be able to take the loan and take it to the right places, I'm sure you'll be able to pay, and also the interests are not exorbitant. You can compare with the banks of course.
I'm based in Roy at my personal home where I bought, and I've been able to construct as well through a loan I took from Finnlemm in 2014 when I started it off. We are able to do daily deliveries within Nairobi and the environs of Nairobi. We have a distribution van, and we are able to reach to our customers on time, and also we offer very fresh products.
What I really like most about Finnlemm, especially when it comes to getting the loans, I think like most of the accounts officers there, they know me, I've interacted with them. They are very, very efficient. I call them, I tell them, there's this thing that I need to do. I need money soonest. And they are there trying to help me. I get the documents ready. They come very fast. They are very, very efficient. In a span of even less than 2 weeks, I have the money. I'm able to go do my own thing. So even if there's something that I needed to buy for the business and all that, I'm able to sort all that. So I'm so grateful, and I'll just encourage anyone, even people around me, my close friends, I'll keep on encouraging them to join the Sacco, and also not to be afraid to take a loan. Yes, because for sure I've benefited. You seeing my shop, I'm happy.
From the growth that I have gained, I would urge anyone else out there. Finnlemm has been a very good partner in my business. I've been able to grow from about 300 chicken in a month. I'm able to place now out about 7,500. So anyone out there, Finnlemm is the best partner to partner with. It's a good Sacco, and I've never experienced any challenges in regard to them supporting me. My name is Duncan Maura Maina. I am a poultry farmer. I deal in the business of rearing the broiler chickens, and I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I've been in this business since 2014, and I was able to start the business through a loan I took from Finnlemm Sacco through a member who introduced me to the same. I have grown since then. I started with 300 chicken. Currently I'm doing a total of 7,500 chicken in a month. Mainly I supply to butcheries, I supply to fast foods, I supply to institutions, and as well as restaurants.
My name is Martha Kendi. I am an entrepreneur. I run a spare parts business in industrial area where we deal with Mercedes parts, mostly mechanical parts. We deal with body parts, we deal with service parts, suspension parts. I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I joined in 2016. That's the year 2016. Once we paid, I would set my savings there, and then after I decided to leave work and come do business, the savings came in handy because that was my initial capital that I took a loan there, and then that's how I began the business.
I have developed a saving culture through Finnlemm, and I've been able to take loans. I've been able to service them from the proceeds of this business, and it's a very promising business. In future, I want to increase my capacity, and I am very sure with the help of Finnlemm as a partner, I'll be able to go to the next level.
I've kept on once in a while borrowing some money. I take loan I think like 2 or 3 times in a year to boost my stock. I've also used the same loans to even do my personal or my family investments. We have a few properties that we've been able to buy even through the Sacco. Yeah, so I've really benefited a lot with this Sacco, and I would encourage anyone, whoever wants to join and whoever feels that they're afraid of taking loans, if you can be able to take the loan and take it to the right places, I'm sure you'll be able to pay, and also the interests are not exorbitant. You can compare with the banks of course.
I'm based in Roy at my personal home where I bought, and I've been able to construct as well through a loan I took from Finnlemm in 2014 when I started it off. We are able to do daily deliveries within Nairobi and the environs of Nairobi. We have a distribution van, and we are able to reach to our customers on time, and also we offer very fresh products.
What I really like most about Finnlemm, especially when it comes to getting the loans, I think like most of the accounts officers there, they know me, I've interacted with them. They are very, very efficient. I call them, I tell them, there's this thing that I need to do. I need money soonest. And they are there trying to help me. I get the documents ready. They come very fast. They are very, very efficient. In a span of even less than 2 weeks, I have the money. I'm able to go do my own thing. So even if there's something that I needed to buy for the business and all that, I'm able to sort all that. So I'm so grateful. And I'll just encourage anyone, even people around me, my close friends, I'll keep on encouraging them to join the Sacco and also not to be afraid to take a loan. Yes, because for sure I've benefited. You seeing my shop, I'm happy.
From the growth that I have gained, I would urge anyone else out there. Finnlemm has been a very good partner in my business. I've been able to grow from about 300 chicken in a month. I'm able to place now out about 7,500. So anyone out there, Finnlemm is the best partner to partner with. It's a good Sacco, and I've never experienced any challenges in regard to them supporting me. My name is Duncan Maura Maina. I am a poultry farmer. I deal in the business of rearing the broiler chickens, and I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I've been since 2014. I was able to start the business through a loan I took from Finnlemm Sacco, who introduced me to the same. I have grown since then. I started with 300 chicken. Currently, I'm doing a total of 7,500 chicken in a month. Mainly, I supply to butcheries, I supply to fast foods, I supply to institutions, and as well as restaurants.
My name is Martha Kendi. I am an entrepreneur. I run a spare parts business in industrial area where we deal with Mercedes parts, mostly mechanical parts. We deal with body parts, we deal with service parts, suspension parts. I'm a member of Finnlemm, Sacco. I joined in 2016. That's the year 2016. Once we paid, I would set my savings there, and then after I decided to leave work and come do business, the savings came in handy because that was my initial capital that I took a loan there, and then that's how I began the business.
I have developed a saving culture through Finnlemm, and I've been able to take loans. I've been able to service them from the proceeds of this business, and it's a very promising business. In future, I want to increase my capacity, and I am very sure with the help of Finnlemm as a partner, I'll be able to go to the next level.
I've kept on once in a while borrowing some money. I take loan, I think like 2 or 3 times in a year to boost my stock. I've also used the same loans to even do my personal or my family investments. We have a few properties that we've been able to buy even through the Sacco. Yeah, so I've really benefited a lot with this Sacco, and I would encourage anyone, whoever wants to join and whoever feels that they're afraid of taking loans, if you can be able to take the loan and take it to the right places, I'm sure you'll be able to pay, and also the interests are not exorbitant. You can compare with the banks of course.
I'm based in Roy at my personal home where I bought, and I've been able to construct as well through a loan I took from Finnlemm in 2014 when I started it off. We are able to do daily deliveries within Nairobi and the environs of Nairobi. We have a distribution van, and we are able to reach to our customers on time, and also we offer very fresh products.
What I really like most about Finnlemm, especially when it comes to getting the loans, I think like most of the accounts officers there, they know me, I've interacted with them. They are very, very efficient. I call them, I tell them, you know, there's this thing that I need to do. I need money soonest.
that I have gained, I would urge anyone else out there. Finnlemm has been a very good partner in my business. I've been able to grow from about 300 chicken in a month. I'm able to place now out about 7,500. So anyone out there, Finnlemm is the best partner to partner with. It's a good Sacco, and I've never experienced any challenges in regard to them supporting me. My name is Duncan Maura Maina. I am a poultry farmer. I deal in the business of rearing the broiler chickens, and I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I've been in this business since 2014, and I was able to start the business through a loan I took from Finnlemm Sacco through a member who introduced me to the same. I have grown since then. I started with 300 chicken. Currently, I'm doing a total of 7,500 chicken in a month. Mainly, I supply to butcheries, I supply to fast foods, I supply to institutions, and as well as restaurants.
My name is Martha Kendi. I am an entrepreneur. I run a spare parts business in industrial area where we deal with Mercedes parts, mostly mechanical parts. We deal with body parts, we deal with service parts, suspension parts. I'm a member of Finnlemm Sacco. I joined in 2016. That's the year 2016. Once we paid, I would set my savings there, and then after I decided to leave work and come do business, the savings came in handy because that was my initial capital that I took a loan there, and then that's how I began the business.
I have developed a saving culture through Finnlemm, and I've been able to take loans. I've been able to service them from the proceeds of this business, and it's a very promising business. In future, I want to increase my capacity, and I am very sure with the help of Finnlemm as a partner, I'll be able to go to the next level.
I've kept on once in a while borrowing some money. I take loan, I think like 2 or 3 times in a year to boost my stock. I've also used the same loans to even do my personal or my family investments. We have a few properties that we've been able to buy even through the Sacco. Yeah, so I've really benefited a lot with this Sacco, and I would encourage anyone, whoever wants to join and whoever feels that they're afraid of taking loans, if you can be able to take the loan and take it to the right places, I'm sure you'll be able to pay, and also the interests are not exorbitant. You can compare with the banks of course.
I'm based in
Good morning, members. This is a humble request. For those people seated at this end, tafadhali, tunaweza jaza hii space hapa katikati? Naomba tu, kwa heshima, tafadhali tu. Wale wamekaa huku, na hata nyinyi mko hapa kando, kama tunaweza jaza hizi viti hapa katikati kwanza. Saki kuamsha one by one, tuamke tu. Pande hii, turudi pande hii, hapa katikati. Kuja tu kwa mama. Na kuona. Wewe hijab, amka. I need you people here. Mujaze hizi viti hapa. Na msikae nyuma, chukueni hizi viti za mbele. Hii ni AGM yenu. Nyinyi ndio wenye AGM, kueni hapa mbele. Aki mnajipanga tu uko nyuma, nitawaamsha. I need you here, hapa mbele. Wale mnaingia saizi, viti ni huku, msikae pande hiyo tafadhali, tukuje huku. There isn't one here of 14 million. 4th of March. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. What wata move behind? Yeah. The director. Wamefika. Okay, so hao ni watatu. Waine. Okay. So wale hao available member tutasubiri. Niwaambie.
Oh yeah. We'll do the deep.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 41st AGM for Finnlemm. Just before we start, I would like to ask all of us to be upstanding. We are beginning with the national anthem and also the East African anthem. Thereafter, I'll request Mr. Moses Obuba to come closer with a word of prayer. Thank you. Kindly rise. National anthem, please.
Jumuiya yetu Let's bow our head for our prayer. Everlasting Father, Jehovah God, we want to thank you for this day. For indeed, this is the day you have made. May we rejoice and be glad. We thank you, dear Heavenly Father, for giving us a forum like this that we can gather together as members of Finnlemm, Lord. As we begin this annual general meeting 2024, I pray for wisdom to prevail over every speaker and every arrangement so far, Lord. You are sovereign. You have poured the rain to us, O Lord. May you pour blessings as well to us, O Jehovah Father. And I pray, oh dear Father, for every single member who is here, who has come and said, I'm coming to listen to how they are going to invest my money. Lord, give us wisdom on how to do that. We thank you, mighty Father, as we begin. I pray for the planners. Jehovah Father, they have been planning, they have been making arrangements. Today is the day. Jehovah Father, what a glorious moment you have given us that as members, we gather here together with these people. And we thank you for the organizers and the leaders of this organization. We bless your name and we honor you, Jehovah, as we begin with us. When we will be finishing, remind us to be careful to say thank you. Thank you for this moment. We pray all this, believing and trusting in Jesus' holy name, and everybody say, Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, and you can have a seat. Yeah, so I'll welcome our chair to have the introductions. Maybe before the chair gives the introduction, we'll also have the CEO introducing the team. But at the moment, Chair, you are welcome. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. God is good, and all the time, and that is his nature. I want to take this opportunity and quite honored to have you here today. As a Sacco, we are privileged that you are able to make time to be here this morning. We are blessed because the rain started today very early. So rain is always a blessing, which we just want to thank God for. Esteemed members, Board of Directors, staff of Finnlemm Sacco, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the annual general meeting of Finnlemm Regulated Sacco Society. My name is Judith Olwach, and I'm the chairperson of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society. I would like to confirm from the Honorary Secretary to confirm the presence of a quorum. Is there a microphone there? There was a microphone. I think it could be down. Yeah.
Yes, Good morning. Thanks, Chair. Yes, members, we have already 270 members that have been registered, so I confirm the quorum has been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. With the confirmation of the quorum, this AGM is duly convened and duly constituted. So on that note, I want to introduce the Board of Directors, and I'll also call upon the CEO who will introduce the staff. We have the guest here who will also be introduced. So the microphone, we'll start with the Vice Chair.
Good morning once again. My name is Frederick Okello Akongo. I'm the Vice Chairperson of Finnlemm Sacco. Thank you very much, and we welcome you. We appreciate your coming. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Rachel Ngondo. I'm the Honsec for the Sacco, and welcome to this AGM. We really thank you for making time and coming in good time. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Good morning. My name is Francis Kamau. I'm the treasurer for the Sacco. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maurice Sabon. I work as a Supervisory Committee Chairperson, and we welcome you in our AGM. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Caroline Kariuki. I'm a board member and also a member of the Credit Committee. I'm the secretary. Karibuni sana.
Habari asubuhi. My name is Bernard Odhiambo Otieno. I sit in the board and I serve in the Credit Committee. Welcome.
Morning members. Mbona mna huzuni sana? Ni mvua ama ni baridi ama breakfast hujatosha? So Erastus Chetty is my name. Happy to be here, happy to be a member of this Sacco, and I represent you on the board. Thank you.
Washirika hamjambo. Hamjambo. Good to see you all, and thank you so much for making time to attend the AGM. My name is Sharon Afandi, Supervisory Committee member. Sante.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Good to see all of you. My name is George Rugu. I'm a member of this board. I serve in the Credit Committee as the chairman of that committee, and we are glad to see all of you. Despite the rain, you braved the weather and you're here, and welcome so much.
Thank you, Board of Directors. So, members, that is the board and the Supervisory Committee that has been steering this organization for the last 1 year. Away is Dr. Obed Ogega Matundura, who is also a board member. He is out of the country, so could not join us. He sent his apologies, although I know he's been following on our Facebook page, which is streaming live. Also away today is Elizabeth. Elizabeth is in the Supervisory Committee, and she's not with us today. We are hoping that she'll be joining us. That is Elizabeth Were. Now, I also want to recognize our guests that have arrived to this event. We are expecting others. We are expecting the Commissioner of Cooperatives that will be joining us shortly. We are also expecting Nairobi County Director of Cooperatives, who will be joining us. Once they arrive, we will introduce them. But at this point in time, in our presence, I want to recognize Mr. Njoroge Mwangi. Mr. Njoroge Mwangi is the Dagoretti Sub-County Cooperative Officer, who has been working very closely with Finnlemm Sacco for many years. So, Njoroge, thank you and welcome to this AGM. In attendance is also Gladys Ndegwa. Gladys is also from Dagoretti Sub-County Office. Karibu, Gladys. In our presence from the Commissioner's Office is Mr. Simon Mburia. Karibu, Mr. Mburia, even as we await for the Commissioner to arrive. So, members, I now want to invite the CEO, James, to invite the staff. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, fellow cooperators. I will request the employees who are within to come and introduce themselves. Yeah, you hear their voice. Others are out there attending to members. I'll start by the credit department. Myself, my name is CPA Kizugane James, the Chief Executive Officer. In credit department, we have Francis Langat, the head of that department. We have Sherin Oyayo as a credit officer. And then we have Margaret Thungu as a recovery officer. And we have James Masharia as a recovery officer. In finance, we have Edwin Nyaga, the acting finance head of finance, the finance manager. We have Benson Ngugi, Okay, Edwin, you can wave to the members. Edwin Nyaga is the finance manager acting in an acting capacity. We have Benson Ngugi, the finance officer in finance, and then we have Jodha Moloj in finance, the finance assistant. We have our marketing department. We have Valerius Ambio. Valerius, you can wave to the members. We have Naomi Mwangi in marketing. We have Cecilia Obuya, you can wave to the members. We have Millicent Jau. We have Faith Onjemo, you can wave to the members. And then in our ICT department, we have Paul Bwire, the ICT manager. He's coordinating from up there. And we have Lucy Mutisia. Lucy, you can wave to the members. That is the ICT department. We also have Beatrice Njoki Mburu, the admin assistant. She's serving our members out there. We highly appreciate the support we are getting from members, and we look forward to a positive and a healthy deliberation as we debate on the business of the Sacco. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. So that is the team that is in the organization on a day-to-day basis, and I'm sure that quite a number of you have interacted with them. Now, I want to call upon the Honorary Secretary to read the notice convening this meeting and agenda. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, members, again. So I'm going to read the meeting notice. It's not falling off, yeah. So notice is hereby given that the 41st Annual General Meeting of Finnlemm, regulated non-withdrawal deposit-taking Sacco Limited, will be held physically on Saturday, 13th April 2024, at 9 a.m. at All Saints Cathedral Church, Nairobi. The agenda will be as follows. Reading of the notice convening the meeting. Number 2, confirmation and adoption of minutes of the 40th AGM held on 18th March 2023. Number 3, matters arising from the previous minutes. Number 4, the board chairperson's report. Number 5, remarks from the chief guest. Number 6, supervisory committee report. And number 7, treasurer's report. Number 8, the auditor's report and presentation of the financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2023. Number 9, the budget, revised budget 2024 and proposed budget 2025. Number 10, appointment of auditors for the year 2024. Number 11, amendment of the society's bylaws. Number 12, resolutions. Number 13, elections. And number 14, any other business. I'll take it back to the chair for adoption of the notice and agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorary Secretary. That's the agenda before us today. Kindly, could I get a proposer and a seconder? I believe, Lucy, you're there. Proposer, you just need to lift your hand. There's somebody here.
Jonas Obara, member 2098. I propose the agenda.
Thank you. Seconder? There's one at the other end. Somebody? Your name, number?
My name is Cornelius Odur. I stand to second.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorary Secretary to take us through the confirmation, the minutes, and then will take us through the confirmation and matters arising. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In your booklet that has been given to you, it is on, the minutes are from page 5. So you can go to page 5. These are the minutes of the 40th Annual General Meeting of Finnlemm Regulated Non-WDT Sacco Society Limited, held on Saturday, 18th March 2023 at St. Andrew's PCA Church, Nairobi. So on page 5, there's a list of those who are present, board members and all that, and those who had sent apologies and in attendance. So any comment on that page? I will take these minutes as read, so we will not read them now because I believe you've read them. So what we'll do is go by page with you so that you can, if you feel there's anything that is not, it's something that is omitted or not well represented, you can put up your hand and, mention that. So page 5, any comment on page 5? Any? Okay, I believe all of you have the booklet. If not, there's a link that was sent to your phones. You can actually go to that link and you'll see the minutes in there. You see the document. So for those who don't have the booklet, you can go to the link and read them, or read the e-book or e-document of that. So I'm going to page 6. Any comments on page 6? Minute number 1, number 2, and number 3 of that in page 6. Okay, if there's nothing on page 6, let's go to page 7. So still, this is the minutes on the reports that were presented in page 7. Okay. Yes. Oh, going too fast. Okay.
It would have been important if you were here. So that if we have any comments,
all right. I am told I'm going too fast. So I'm giving you time to just make your comments. On page 7. No comments? Okay. Let's go to page 8. This is the Treasurer's report. Okay. Just an interruption, sorry.
Sorry for interrupting. As we keep on page 8, there are some cars that have blocked the road. So please, if you hear the car registration, please rush and remove it. It's blocked the road. KCL 003A, KCL 003A, KBC 089F, KBC 089F, KCJ 104L, KCJ 104L, KBF 101R, KBF 101R. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, if your car is one of those, please go and attend to it. So we are in page 8. This was the board chairperson's report, minute number 5. Okay. No comments on page 8. All right, let's move to page 9. The minute number 6. This was remarks from the chief guest. Okay, if there's any comment? Okay, no comment on page 9. Page 10. I think that's still continuation of page of the minute, same minute, number 6. Someone is oh, okay. Must put they're putting up hands for the notebooks, for the booklets. Okay. Any comments on page 10, minute number 7, the budget and revised budget and proposed 2024 budget? Page 10. Okay. Is the hand up? Is it for a booklet or? It's for a booklet. Okay. Any comment on that? Page 10. This was the matters arising from the chairperson's report, supervisory report, treasurer's report, audited financial statements, revised budget, and the budget for 2024. So any comments on the matters arising? I think this was quite a lengthy one with matters raised by members from number 1 to number 16. There were quite a number of questions. Any comment there on those matters that were raised? Okay. Any comments on the matters that were raised? All right. And then on page 11, there's responses to the matters that were raised by the board members and management. So any comments on that section? Any comments on that section? Page number 11. That continues to page number 12. Responses from management team. Page number 12. Comments from, there's also responses by the supervisory committee. Any comments? Okay, same page, minute number 9, appointment of year 2023 auditors. Any comments on that? That minute continues to page 13. And there's a list of auditors that were presented to members. Any comment? Okay, page, minute number 10, elections of board of directors and supervisory committee member. Election of board directors and supervisory committee member. Again, there's a list there. Any comment on that page 13, on that minute? Okay, that's page 13. We can move to page 14. Again, this is the returning officer declaring the members who are elected, the board members and supervisory committee. The list is there. And then minute number 11, we had AGM resolutions. So proposed resolutions that were made there, proposers and seconders. Any comments in that section? Okay, minute number 11, number 12 is the AGM, minute number 12, is any other business, A or B? Any other business? Those were the comments, because there was no other business in the discussion. So the meeting, this meeting ended at 2:36 p.m. With a prayer for one of our members, who's our former CEO. So those are the minutes, members, of our last AGM. I haven't had any comment in terms of correction or any omission. So I now take these minutes back, this section back to the chair for adoption of the minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. As the chair is briefing the Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi County, we recognize her presence. Just before, we would like to request for a proposer and a seconder for the minutes. Proposer? Yes, please. Your name, your number, maybe organization too.
Okay, my name is Doreen Naomi Nyakerario, member number FA 5433. I'm proposing the minute.
Thank you, Doreen. Seconder? Seconder for the minutes.
My name is Enos Luvaha, member number FA 0009. I second.
Thank you, Enos. Okay, so I'll hand it over to Chair, Madam Chair. Okay, Chair, you're welcome. So, as the Chair comes, she'll recognize the guests who have just arrived, then thereafter we'll move to the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members. In our presence, we are receiving our guest. You can see we already have the County Director for Cooperatives who is in attendance. I'll be introducing her much better later. And we also have the Chief Officer for Cooperatives in Nairobi, that is Nairobi County, who has also just arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the chief guest, who is the commissioner, we'll make a slight change in the agenda. This is simply because the chairperson's report will be read when the chief guest has arrived. So I want to take this opportunity to invite the chairman of the Supervisory Committee, Maurice, to read his report. Welcome.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Maurice Sabon, and I work as the Supervisory Committee Chairperson for Finnlemm Sacco. I'll take you through our report as the Supervisory Committee. So the Supervisory Committee, as some of you are aware, is an oversight committee whose role complements that of the Board of Directors in strengthening the internal controls of Finnlemm Sacco Society. On behalf of the Sacco members, Supervisory Committee's main role is to verify that the board adheres to the principles of good corporate governance, transparency, and accountability at all times. Key duties enshrined in the bylaws include reviewing the affairs of the society at least once a month and presenting the written monthly report to the management committee, with the quarterly submission to both the management, the commissioner, and Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA. In line with the foregoing mandate, and on behalf of the Supervisory Committee team, I hereby present the 2023 annual report to the honorable members, the clients and investors of Finnlemm Sacco. Our findings and recommendation to members are not to weaken but strengthen and propel the Sacco to greater achievements as well as safeguarding members' interests. Performance and financial and strategic plan, as outlined in the Treasurer's and Auditor's reports, as you'll get to know in a short while. There was improvement in the Sacco financial growth compared to the year before, that was year 2022. The Sacco managed to achieve some of its strategic goals as outlined in the last strategic plan. There is a need to remain strategic and focused on the Sacco to realize its strategic plan 2023-2026 objectives. Sacco Society Regulatory Authority Compliance and Regulation 2020. During the year, the Sacco improved on its core capital to total assets ratio to 8%, a step towards meeting Sacco Society Regulatory Authority requirements, which should be above 8%. The two main areas where the Sacco did not comply with are liquid assets to total deposits and long-term liability ratios and portfolios at risk. Liquid assets to total deposits and long-term liabilities, which stood at 4% against the target of above 10%. Whereas portfolio at risk stood at 6.3% against the target, which should be below 5%. To mitigate against realization of liquidity ratio, members are encouraged to save more, taking advantage of the increased attractive flexi deposit rate currently on offer. Supervisory Committee recommends the escalation of selling of REIT, including through auction. The year 2023 closed with portfolio at risk of 6.3% against the recommended ratio, which should not be more than 5%. To mitigate against the poor portfolio at risk, members are encouraged to pay their loan obligations. In the months to come, the Sacco will be making more aggressive follow-up on the loans which have been defaulted, and collaterals will be auctioned. So members must not see this as a punitive measure, but a way to stabilize the Sacco and to encourage members to invest more in our Sacco. Portfolio at risk and bad debts provisioning As of 31st December 2023, the portfolio at risk stood at 6.3% against a targeted of less than 5%. This is an improvement from the prior period, whereby the portfolio at risk was 7.12%, and this in itself was also an improvement for the year before. That was the year 2021, in which portfolio at risk was at 11.4%. Going by the trend, by end of the year 2024, that is the current period, portfolio at risk will be at a level it should be, which should be less than 5%. Regarding more delegation of authority, during the year 2023, Supervisory Committee continued to engage the board and board on increased delegation of administrative responsibilities and operational activities to the Secretariat. Supervisory Committee recommends increased delegation to be coupled with improved internal controls that safeguards members' funds and holds management to utmost level of accountability and integrity. Ultimately, the board and management are responsible for safeguarding the Sacco against fiduciary risks. The internal audit function will continue to independently and objectively evaluate the operations of the Sacco and support the Supervisory Committee in its functions. Board term limit. Board term limit ensures that new voices and ideas continually come into play, preventing leadership from becoming stagnant and encouraging diverse range of perspectives. They also help avoid the concentration of power in the hands of a few individuals and promote succession planning for smooth transition in leadership. Each term limit lasts 3 years. Areas of improvement. The Supervisory Committee noted improvement in the following areas. The board and the Supervisory Committee visited Safaricom Sacco for benchmarking, and the Supervisory Committee recommends that the board prioritize key areas of improvement identified from the Safaricom Sacco benchmarking visit. There was better engagement during the year between the board and the Supervisory Committee. The Supervisory Committee also observed better deliberations and documentation in the board within the current board. There is increased diverging views and appreciation of the Supervisory Committee recommendations. The procurement process has improved greatly in the Sacco, as witnessed by improved vendor sourcing and analysis. The asset register is now in place, and the Supervisory Committee requests regular updates of the asset register. The Sacco has enhanced system security surveillance through implementation of robust firewalls, which timely detects and blocks cyber attack attempts. Related party, FDC, governance issues. As a reminder, the board of Finnlemm Development Company was dissolved due to underperformance, and a caretaker committee was constituted to fix all the outstanding FDC issues outlined in the health check report. Key among them included sale of RIAT, resolve the ownership of FDC, the financial and structural challenges identified in the health report, and be in a position to hold FDC annual general meeting. To date, more than 2 years after the health check recommendations, the FDC is yet to be properly constituted, and this continues to be a cause of worry to the Supervisory Committee. While the RIAT sales, albeit at a slow pace, is commendable, there is an urgent need to address all critical issues identified in the health check report to reduce legal and financial risks to Finnlemm. Nakuru land. Although the Nakuru court case had previously been considered in its advanced stage. The Sacco is currently facing increased delays from the vendors, and the board chair will speak more about the updates on this subject in her report. Riat Land Project. Over the last year, Finnlemm Development Company Limited made Kenya shillings 14.4 million payment to Finnlemm Sacco from the sale of Riat, bringing the total outstanding debt to Kenya shillings 145 million. While commendable, this is too little to compensate for the investor capital loss and to remedy the liquidity challenges the Sacco continues to suffer as a result of huge amounts of capital held in this project. The slower or stagnation of Riat land sales calls for more creative ways to offload the land. Supervisory Committee recommends the auctioning of Riat as soon as possible. In conclusion, our review shows improvement in the Sacco financial growth in 2023 compared to year 2022. There is an opportunity to make Finnlemm the best Sacco in the country. We thank the members for patronizing Sacco products, Secretariat and the board for their cooperation accorded during our review for the period. We very much appreciate the role of the Commissioner Representative, Mr. John Joroge, and the regulator, Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, for offering us constant technical advice. Special thanks go to my team members, Sharon Afandi and Elizabeth Were, who have diligently provided technical skills and put forth their best effort to ensure the Supervisory Committee fulfills its mandate to members. Elizabeth Were will be retiring following her 6 years service to the Sacco. We wish her the very best, and many thanks to our internal auditor, CPA Edwin Fundinyaga, and our CEO, CPA James Kizugani, who provided the supervisory with a lot of insight during the year 2023. Thank you, and long live Finnlemm. Thank you very much. Okay. At this particular juncture, I would like to read for you the SASRA approval letter. Approval and observation of the authority on the Sacco's audited financial statements for the year ended December 2023. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 41 of the Sacco Societies Act 2008 as read with Regulation 56, Subsection 1 of the Sacco Societies Non-Deposit Taking Sacco Business, Regulation 2020, the authority has considered the Sacco's audited financial statement for the year ending 31st December 2023 for approval. The Board of Directors of the Sacco was responsible for the preparation of the audited financial statements of the Sacco in accordance with Section 40 of the said Act and takes responsibility for the same, while the external auditors was responsible for auditing the said financial statement of the Sacco in accordance with Section 44 of the said Act as read with Regulation 57 of the aforesaid regulations, and reports thereon and takes responsibility for the same. The external auditor was responsible for auditing the said financial statements of the Sacco in accordance with Section 44 of the said Act as read with Regulation 57 of the aforesaid regulation, and to give reasonable assurance as to whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue auditor's report thereon. However, the authority makes the following observation on the said audited financial statements on the basis of authority's statutory mandate of on-site and off-site supervision of the Sacco. The audited financial statements fairly comply with Regulation 56, subsection 2 of the said regulation, subject to the external auditor's opinion in respect of the level of disclosures required. The Sacco's non-earning assets ratio stood at 15.5% against the regulatory maximum of 10%. This is mainly attributed to related party transactions amounting to Kenya shillings 145 million shillings. The Sacco's board and management are advised to fast-track the recovery and settlement of the outstanding amount by the subsidiary. The Sacco made provisions for loan loss of Kenya shillings 56 million against the required provision of Kenya shillings 93.2 million, reported in the risk classification of assets and provision report indicated in note 11 of the audited financial statements, thereby exposing the Sacco to loan book by 37 million shillings. The Sacco is advised to ensure adequate provision is made in line with Regulation 42. The Sacco's level of non-performing loans ratio stood at 6.3% against the recommended business prudential standards of below 5%. Thus, the Sacco is advised to sustain the implementation of better credit management framework on proper appraisal and recovery strategies to help manage the quality of the loan book within recommended standards. The authority notes the high level of membership dormancy standing at 54% of the Sacco membership. The Sacco's board and management are advised to institute strategies of reducing the membership dormancy even as it recruits new members. The authority takes cognizance of the issues in the management letter, especially in regard to loan provisioning, statutory deductions, and status of previous year's audit issues. These are pertinent concerns which require the Sacco's urgent action to mitigate the risks thereof. The Board of Directors shall present to the members the observations made herein in accordance with the Regulation 56, subsection 4B. Subject to the foregoing observation and the auditor's opinion on the said audited financial statement, the authority hereby approves the same for publication and presentation to the Sacco's annual general meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a clap to the Supervisory Committee. Tutoe baridi tafadhali. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so first we'll request a proposer and a seconder. And I will also inform you that we'll have all the reports read. In case you have any question, please note them. You have the notebook and the pen with you. We'll have this question and answer session. That is the time that you'll ask. Please note the report and maybe the topic or the main area that you want to ask. And just ensure that you have the report listed in your question. If it's supervisory report, treasurer report, and all that during the question and answer session. That's the plenary session. So could we please get a proposer and a seconder for the supervisory report? Proposer? Yes, there's one proposer there. Seconder? Okay.
Hello, my name is Moses Kamau Kamunyo. Membership number FA 6569. I propose.
Thank you, Moses. Seconder is just next to you there. Behind you. Was he not there? Okay. Seconder? Okay, thank you.
My name is Agnes Mogane. Membership number 5A. FA 517.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to inform you, the reports that we have been read, especially the one for SASRA approval, if you have the booklet, it's on page 52. And for the supervisory report, it was on page 20 to 22. From page 20 to 22. So kindly follow. Yeah, so I'll request, I'll invite the chair to invite the treasurer. Thank you.
Good morning, members once more. Good morning. I see members are really streaming in, and we really appreciate that you're actually here to witness and listen to what has taken place in your organization in the last 1 year. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Judith Oluoch, and I'm the chair of Finnlemm Sacco. Walking in is the Commissioner for Cooperatives. Karibu sana, sir. Okay, karibu sana, Bwana Commissioner. And I want to read the Chairperson's report. And this is very timely. We knew you were about to walk in as I read the report. Chairperson's report to the... So please check the documents that were shared on page 15. Our esteemed chief guest, the Commissioner for Cooperatives in Kenya, invited guests, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome you all on behalf of the Board of Governors, of Directors, to the 41st Annual General Meeting of Finnlemm Sacco. I appreciate your continued trust and support to the Sacco, which has seen us progress over the years. I am glad to present the annual report and the financial statement of Finnlemm Sacco for the year ended 31st December 2023. Year 2023 was a year of rapid changes in the economic and legislative environment. Finnlemm Sacco continues to be resilient, sailing through the environment of intense competition and stringent regulations. In our operating environment 2023, dear members, the business operating environment in the year 2023 was volatile. Owing to the harsh economic times occasioned by instability of the shilling against world currencies, steady increase in oil prices, increase in interest rates, and impact of the changes in the tax regime introduced through the Finance Act 2023, which affected businesses and households. We have all experienced this. The country's real gross domestic product, that is the GDP, grew by 5.9% in the third quarter of 2023, compared to 4.3% in the corresponding quarter of 2023. This growth was mainly supported by a rebound in agricultural activities, which had faced a persistent and severe drought in certain areas, as well as a moderate growth in the services sector. The recovery of agriculture has led to improvements in food supply, and coupled with monetary policy tightening has helped reduce inflationary pressures. The economy, however, still faces several challenges to sustain its growth momentum, such as heightened fiscal and external vulnerabilities manifested through high public debt, elevated cost of living, exchange rate pressures, global economic uncertainties, and tight global financial conditions. The year 2023 also witnessed steady rise in the Central Bank of Kenya benchmark interest from 8.75% in January 2023 to 12.50% in December 2023. This negatively impacted the cost of business emanating from increase in finance cost. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenging business environment during the year, Finnlemm Sacco maintained an upward growth trajectory. I wish to reassure members, stakeholders, and partners of good tidings ahead. Allow me at this point in time to highlight the main growth indicators of the year 2023. I'll start with income. The Sacco continues to maintain a steady growth in revenue. Finnlemm gross income grew by 16% from Kenya shillings 219,441,144 to Kenya shillings 254,124,432. The major contributor to our revenue was interest on loans, which increased from 207 million in 2022 to 241 million, realized for the period ended December 2023, accounting for 95% of the total income in 2023. To the increase was growth in the loan book by 8% from Kenya shillings 1,563 million to 1,683 billion. The loan book accounted for 79% of the assets base. On membership, the Sacco active membership grew by 9% from 2,967 in 2022 to 3,240 in 2023. And members, this is something I would really want to draw to your attention. As you can see, we are basically reporting on active membership. And the Supervisory also raised this concern. We have dormant members, and we really need your support on this. The management is working on it as well. The board is working on this. The membership of Finnlemm is about 6 million. Actually, it's over 6 million. However, you can clearly see that active membership is barely half of that. So that is an issue. The society is undertaking both physical and digital initiatives to create brand awareness and attract prospective members. It is notable that the total Sacco membership is 7,100. The brand ambassador campaign, which began last year, will continue to be held annually and is geared towards building loyalty amongst members and rewarding members' recruitment efforts. And this is something we embarked on. I also want to report that the Sacco is also reaching out to the dormant accounts in an effort to activate them. Members, we urge you to remain loyal ambassadors of the Sacco brand. In order to enhance members' experience, the Sacco is committed. We do appreciate our members for continuously patronizing Sacco products. In order to keep abreast with the market dynamics and the ever-changing members' needs, the Sacco will continue reviewing the loan products. The Sacco loan book grew to 1,683,799,893 in the year 2023, up from 1,563,000,000 in the year 2022, translating to 8% growth in the net loan book. Non-performing loans have the impact of reducing the dividend and interest rebates due to provisions. And members, this is something that we really appeal to you. In view of the SASRA regulations that require that portfolio at risk, that is PAR, do not exceed 5% of the total loan book, the Sacco engaged various loan recovery strategies which have seen PAR decline from 7.12% in 2022 to 6.30% in 2023. And I really want to recognize all members who are committed and are paying their loans. In order to safeguard the Sacco from the effects of high loan loss, provisioning, and guarantors from punitive recovery measures, members are encouraged to settle their loan obligations within the agreed terms of credit. Because when we pay our loans, even our returns on investments improve. On compliance with SASRA regulations, the Sacco Society's non-deposit taking business regulations 2020 require the Sacco to comply with a number of prudential ratios, and this is mandatory. The Sacco is compliant with most of the ratios except the PAR ratio, which stands at 6.30% against regulatory maximum 5%. Liquidity ratio at 4% against regulatory minimum 10%, and non-earning assets at 15.5% against regulatory maximum of 10%. To ensure full compliance with all prudential ratios, I want to report that the Board of Directors continues to put in place a capital restoration and default management plan, which serves as a roadmap towards full compliance. As indicated in the SASRA letter, which has just been read by the chairman of the Supervisory Committee, the letter that accompanied the approved financial statements, which is in the booklet, the regulator has advised the Sacco to ensure full compliance with prudential guidelines. We remain confident that with the support of members, we shall attain full compliance. On human capital, the Sacco had staff establishment of 18 employees in the year 2023, following the promotion of the former internal auditor, audit and risk manager to the position of the Chief Executive Officer, that is Mr. Adson James. The position of internal audit and risk manager was competitively filled. And currently we have Edwin, who is undertaking that, who has been undertaking that responsibility. During the year, one staff separated from the Sacco to pursue other career opportunities, and that was the marketing manager. In order to remain competitive and retain motivated, skilled staff to ensure continued service delivery to the members, the board is undertaking a job evaluation exercise. On corporate governance, Finnlemm Sacco embraces good corporate governance practices. The board ensures continuous capacity building of directors and staff through trainings and team building sessions. The board continuously reviews and formulates policies to cover all aspects of the business in order to ensure safety of members' deposits and ensuring stakeholders' expectations are met. Through the various board committees, the board is able to effectively discharge its duties and responsibilities. Board electoral process. Dear members, we continue to strengthen our electoral framework guided by rules, policy, and procedures. The vetting, also known as nominations committee, drawn from representative institutions, which include State Department of Cooperatives, the Law Society of Kenya, Institute of Certified Accountants, Transparency International, and Finnlemm Sacco CEO, vetted 11 applicants to fill the 3 vacancies in the board of directors and 1 vacancy in the supervisory committee. The list is right in this booklet. We have 8 members who will be vying for the board, and we have 2 members who will be vying for the supervisory position. And I want to wish them well. Our honorary secretary, Madam Rachel Gondo Mwandime, has opted to retire voluntarily from the board, despite being eligible to offer herself for re-election. We appreciate Madam Rachel's immense contribution to the growth of the Sacco for the entire period she served in the board in various capacities. We congratulate her for her selflessness, dedicated and committed efforts that has been a value add to the Sacco. Esteemed members, Rachel has been the chair of this Sacco. Rachel has been the honorary secretary for this Sacco. Rachel has been in the steering team that drives FDC. She has been very committed to this Sacco. At this point in time, I want to recognize Rachel, and I would really want you members to appreciate Rachel. Rachel, kindly stand up. Thank you, Rachel, and may God bless you as you pursue your future endeavors. For us as a board, actually it's a very emotional moment because Rachel has been a pillar to this organization. Madam Elizabeth Achieng-Were has also opted to retire voluntarily from the supervisory committee, despite being eligible to offer herself for re-election. Our oversight role has immensely contributed to enhancement of controls and risk mitigation measures in the Sacco. She has been resourceful to the Sacco, and we applaud her for that. Madam Elizabeth is not with us today, but I also want to take this opportunity to appreciate her. Please appreciate Madam Elizabeth She's been very interrogative, which we really appreciate and has been useful to the Sacco. We, as an institution, as the board, as management, on behalf of you members, extend our gratitude and wish them well in their future endeavors. As elections take place today, to identify 3 board members and 1 supervisory committee member, I wish to extend my best wishes to all the contestants and congratulate the winners in advance. In line with good corporate governance practice, the board is proposing amendments to the Finnlemm Sacco bylaws to set term limits. And this is very important to us, and it is one of the resolutions we are passing today, because in line with good corporate governance practices, you must set very clear objectives while you are in the board for a specified period of time. Once you serve the members, you give way for others also, and you pass the baton. On technology and innovation, the Sacco has continued to leverage on technology as a driver of business. During the year, the Sacco achieved a number of milestones in ICT. Amongst them include automated M-Pesa distribution to members' accounts, automated member recruitment fee, automated internal standing order process, internal distribution, enhanced system security surveillance through implementation of robust firewall that timely detects and blocks cyber attack attempts for the safety of members' funds. And members, I want to reassure you that your funds are safe. As a board, we invested to ensure that your funds are safe. We have also introduced Finnlemm top-up to allow members refinance FinPesa and address urgent financial needs. We have as well designed new website with better look and feel, easy to navigate, integrated social media links, and optimized for mobile phones resolution. We encourage members to patronize the members portal and the M-Sacco platform in accessing their statements, making deposits and loan payments respectively. In order to serve members better, by enhancing efficiency and uptime, the Sacco has procured a dedicated mobile banking platform which is at the final development stage and is planned to be rolled out before end of the second quarter of the year. Noting that safety of the Sacco data is critical, the Sacco has invested in upgrading the server room and relocating the servers to a safe and secure location within the Sacco premises. On Finnlemm Development Company, the caretaker board tasked with overall policy decisions and oversight continues to focus their efforts in bringing to closure all pending projects. Finnlemm Board of Directors continues to prioritize decisions that safeguard members' funds. And that is why we still have the caretaker, because we want to clear with all the pending cases. On land matters, the board is committed to bringing to closure the land matters that have been outstanding in the Sacco for a number of years. And I would like to briefly report on RIAT because they'll be making another brief presentation. The demand for RIAT land has gained momentum and is encouraging. The company is currently actively involved in the sale of RIAT plots in Kisumu, registering significant progress. The land is in portions of 84 title deeds. And you can see, members, we did the subdivision, which was not the case before. 21 parcels of land have been fully paid, 18 parcels of land have been partially paid, And we have been communicating to you members on this. 23 parcels of land have been booked, but not yet paid for, and 22 parcels of land are vacant. Of the vacant parcels of land is a 17-acre block. Plans are underway to sell the 17-acre block through bidding. We opted for that. Due to the increased demand for RIAT land, the price will be reviewed upwards in the course of the year, and therefore, members, we call upon you to take advantage of the window of discounted price and grab a piece in this serene environment next to the lake. On Kisaju land, members whose land was encroached by the river were given an opportunity to be relocated to Kitengela. Those who responded have already been relocated. On Nakuru land, the Environment and Land Court awarded Finnlemm Sacco 20 acres of land after the mediation settlement agreement, which was adopted as an order of the court. We are all aware this has been a long-standing issue. The land has now been fenced by the Sacco, which means we have secured it. However, the administrator, while we are even in court, frustrated the process by refusing to execute the relevant transfer documents. Finnlemm Sacco went to court with prayers for the court to order the deputy registrar of the court to execute the role of the administrator, which is legal and acceptable. Members who bought land in Nakuru have regularly been updated on progress. We've even held meetings. On Kileleshwa land, that is where our offices are. The Kileleshwa area is experiencing rapid construction of skyscrapers. The adjacent neighbor to Finnlemm Sacco has proposed, and we are reporting on these members, the development of 2 19 floors residential blocks next to where our offices are. Considering we are a financial institution and security is paramount, the development will affect habitation and security of our business. In view of these emerging development trends in Kileleshwa, and to unlock the funds held up in the land in Kileleshwa, the board will in the course of the year, invite you members for a meeting to deliberate further on this matter. Now, I would like to report on dividends and interest rebates. Dear members, the Sacco performance maintained an upward trajectory during the year under review. I am pleased to report that the Sacco recorded improved performance during the year 2023 amidst the harsh economic times and stringent regulatory requirements. The Board of Directors hereby recommends to pay dividends of 13% amounting to Kenya shillings 15,546,084 on straight line basis, up from Kenya shillings 12,741,164, which was 13% paid in 2022. So you can see it in terms of the amount. In addition, Kenya shillings 116,632,394 is proposed to be paid as interest on members' deposits, up from Kenya shillings 104,400,053 paid in 2022, which translates to 7.5% on weighted average up from 7% the previous year. Hata makofi hakuna. Thank you. Thank you, members. The Sacco is keen on complying with the regulatory prudential ratios and improving returns to members. The SASRA regulations restrict granting a member or permitting to remain outstanding a loan such that the aggregate amount in respect of that member at any time exceed 10% of the Sacco Society's core capital without the written approval of the authority. So you can see we are really bound by regulations. In order to enhance the loan limit, members, that members can be granted without seeking the approval of the regulator, I encourage you, members, to capitalize your dividends, to share capital, which will improve our core capital, the basis on which the loan limit is pegged. If you capitalize your dividend, then we will be able to give you more loans. We will have a stronger Sacco. It's for the sustainability of the Sacco. And we really appeal to you. On future outlook, members, real GDP growth is projected to stay healthy in 2024, given the prospects of favorable rainfall and a strong performance in agriculture. The persistence of tight fiscal and monetary policy and a fragile global context persists downwards. And this is not just a Kenyan problem, but a global problem. Kenya's medium-term prospects are positive, we are very positive, and could be buttressed by improving competitiveness, inclusivity, and enhancing governance and anti-corruption framework to support a vibrant and market-driven economy. Esteemed members, our regulator, SASRA, requires us to comply with all prudential standards as stipulated in the regulations. Full compliance requires cooperation from all of us. I call upon all members to ensure prompt payment of their loan regulations. Prompt payment of your loan regulation obligations in order to support the journey of achieving a PAR of below 5%. I also encourage you, members, to take advantage of enhanced returns on flexi deposits. We have flexi deposits. Bring money to Finnlemm to boost our liquidity and avail funds at lower cost for onward lending to members to avoid the Sacco borrowing high-cost loan funds from the commercial banks. We call upon our members to save more in the Sacco in order to boost the liquidity position and enhance the compliance. We shall continue to embrace technology-driven innovations in offering financial solutions to our members. Finally, members, in conclusion, despite the prevailing tough economic times in the business environment, we are facing the future with confidence, optimistic of a brighter future for Finnlemm, and look forward for better performance. We remain focused on our vision of being a leader in the provision of financial services. In keeping with our motto, your prosperity, our priority, I urge all of us to remain resilient and work towards achieving our strategic objectives. I would like to express my appreciation to you all for your continued confidence in our Sacco. I take this chance to extend my special thanks to the management and team, as well as members of the board and supervisory committee for their sacrifices and commitment to the success of the Sacco. Members, these people have meetings until midnight to take decisions on this Sacco. My sincere gratitude to our esteemed members, SASRA, the State Department of Cooperatives, service providers, and partners, all represented here, for your continuous support and guidance in enabling us realize the aforementioned milestones. More importantly, I want to thank you members for your commitment to this Sacco. Long live Finnlemm Sacco. Thank you and God bless you all. Thank you, members. So, because it is my report, maybe I'll call the Vice Chair. We get a proposer and seconder, but I hope you're noting down now your questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the chair. Thank you, Chair. Asante sana. So now I would like to ask for a proposer and a seconder for this report, because it will be part of the discussion, so we have to adopt it. Proposer.
Okay, my name is Charles, FA 4536, I propose.
Charles?
Charles Mugai.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Charles. Seconder, please.
Grace Karuma, FA 1323.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. And so I hand over back to the chair to invite the treasurer.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you. So I also want to recognize the presence of our auditors who have also arrived. Now, I want to invite our guests, which slightly changes the program. We have in our presence the Commissioner for Cooperatives. And in our presence also is the County Director of Cooperatives. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mrs. Dolphin Aremo. My apologies, Madam. Who is the Nairobi County Director of Cooperatives to speak to you and take us through the next process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and your board. All invited guests, cooperators, good morning. We are happy to be here with you today. Allow me to recognize the presence of any new members attending this for the first time. You know, Chair, we are testing whether this family is growing. Yes, let us welcome them with a clap. You made the best decision to be in this cooperative movement. Our chief guests are the Commissioner for Cooperatives, our chief officer in the county. I want to welcome you to this meeting. This is one of our billionaire cooperatives in Nairobi City County. As you're aware, we have about 75 billionaires. It is also one of our non-deposit taking Sacco in Nairobi County. You're aware in the whole country we have 185 non-DTs, and Nairobi commands about 130 non-deposit taking Sacco. It is not easy business because you have also to be given a license by SASRA to be able to operate. And for you to operate, you must meet the prudential standards. The chairman has mentioned that you are not doing well in PAR. As you will be discussing, it will be important that you see what to do in order to be compliant. Mr. Commissioner, as is a requirement now, my office chairs the vetting committee. In this case, I delegated to the sub-county head to do so. And as you realize in the booklet, there are 8 candidates. And we want 3 directors to be in the board. This society is also unique. Hardly did we hear about board members stepping down voluntarily. Our chief guest, this is also another society that has proposed to put a term limit. I know from where you sit, we hear very many cooperatives and you interact with them that fight matters of term limit. This society is voluntarily coming out and saying they want to fix a term limit so that other people can be given an opportunity to lead. That is a very rare occurrence. Today we want to wish the candidates best of luck. I'm also very impressed. In the booklet, the candidates are telling us what they're going to offer, what their backgrounds are, and I think that is the way to go. So that at the point when you will be casting your vote, you know very well whom you are voting. Without much ado, in the county, our role is promote growth and development of cooperatives. And that is why we work with you in almost all our activities. Today, I have come with 2 officers. I'm told they have been introduced, Joroge Mwangi and Gladys Ndegwa, who will also be taking you through the elections today. The chief officer and I will be stepping out at some point because the chief officer is the chief guest today in Kenyatta National Hospital, Sacco. So you will bear with us at that point. I also want to recognize the presence of the former CEO. I can see he is here. You see, when you see a former CEO still continuing to be a member in a society and he's a CEO elsewhere, know that that society is good. Thank you very much. My name is Dolphin Aremo, not Atieno, the County Director of Cooperatives, Nairobi City County. I want to take this opportunity to invite our Chief Officer, Mr. Godfrey Akumali, to make his remarks and introduce the Commissioner, who will also introduce the PA he has come with. Karibu sana, Mr. Chief Officer. You can see the weather was not friendly in the morning, but the members have come in good numbers. That is an indication that they value their society. Karibu sana, sir. Thank you.
Our chief guest, the Commissioner of Cooperatives, Mr. Bonyo, the Chair of Finnlemm Sacco and the Board of Directors, the Chair of the Supervisory Committee, the CEO and the team of management, together with the honorable members of Finnlemm Sacco. Hamjambo, mko salama? At least kumenyesha, inchi iko sawa. Sivyo, we have hopes there will be food. We are hopeful that the rain will not be destructive as it has been the last few days, so that it can be a blessing to all of us. This morning, Chair, I also bring the apologies of my CEC, who is the CEC in charge of Business and Hustlers Opportunity, under which Cooperatives falls under, Madam Maureen Jerry. She had desired to join you this morning, but due to pressure of work elsewhere, she couldn't, and she asked me to represent her here. I'm also happy, Chief Guest, to join this circle in their AGM, because in this circle today, I don't just come as a guest, I also come as a member, because I'm a member of this circle. And I joined this circle about 10 years ago when I worked in the development world. And when I was there, I was introduced to Finnlemm, and we've journeyed together. Therefore, when I join you this morning, I join peers, I join fellow cooperators who believe in the gospel of Finnlemm. And I'm happy as a member where we are and where we are going. We faced challenges, but we seem to have overcome core challenges. And now we are on a very good trajectory, and we are hopeful we can maintain it that way. This morning, as I join you cooperators, I just want to address myself maybe to just two issues. One is cooperators. Our fidelity to the cooperative we are members to is core to the success of the movement and also to our organization success. All of us, we have an opportunity to make this Sacco the best Sacco in this country. We come here and we sit here, we participate in the decision making through our votes, through our participation in the AGM, and also by patronizing this particular Sacco. And when we are here, we feel we are home. Because when we come to this financial institution called Finnlemm, we don't just come to any other financial institution. We are members, I know, of many banks. When we walk there, we are told, welcome customer. When we come here at Finnlemm, we are told, welcome member. And we identify ourselves not by our account numbers, but by our membership numbers, because this is home. That gospel must continue sinking in us cooperators even deeper, so that every choice we make financially, at the core of it, then the movement must always be our driver. When choosing, when you want to buy a new car, when you want to buy a new house, when you want your salary paid, let that choice be this Sacco, because here it is home. When you borrow money here, when you take a loan here, don't take it to Stanbic, don't take it to Equity. Please find a way of retaining it here and spending it from here. And I know that that is our future, because soon, I'm sure the journey will take. Today we are non-deposit, so we might not patronize all this, but soon this should be home, where we can leave our money here. That is the future of the movement. When last year I had an opportunity with Commissioner and the CS and the Director to go to Canada, to Woku, I had an opportunity to interact with cooperatives in Canada, US, and UK. And I noticed in those countries, it's not the banking sector that is big, it's the cooperative sector that is big. Because the Sacco, or what they call the credit unions there, is where people patronize first. That's where they have consolidated all their financial issues. And us too, if we want this Sacco to grow, we must find a way of consolidating things here. If you look at what we are being offered, for example, as fixed deposit, compare with what commercial banks are offering, we are slightly about 4% higher than what is best offered in the market at 12%. We must patronize these things, because when we do that, also, we reduce the need for us as a cooperative to borrow commercially to come and lend to you. Because our core objective in this movement, loans can only be affordable if the mobilization of the resources is also in a manner that it's not very expensive, that it puts strain on the members. Therefore, I urge you members that you must support the board of directors, that you must support the management in achieving their goal. Because when you do that, you help yourself achieve your own goals. Because here, it's home. Lastly, today I notice how competitive it is to be a board member here. How competitive it is to also join the supervisory. This is a good thing. We must look at it positively. And to you who are offering yourselves, you've committed to us what you would desire to bring here, to bring on board, to make the organization a better place for you and for us. As you get elected, remember it's an opportunity to serve, not to lord. Service is different from loading. They are two different issues. You must serve diligently. You must serve with integrity. You must have this Sacco and indeed the members at heart. Because when we vote for you, we cede our authority to you to act on our behalf. We don't cede to you so that you may exploit us. Therefore, good governance must remain at core of us. I'm happy that the Board of Management and Supervisory have also gone out to benchmark with others and seen what is better happening. For example, I say the last financial year they went to Safaricom Sacco. The good you learn there, bring back home for us. What we are doing better than them, let us maintain it and upscale on it. Because when we do that, then we make this place better for all of us. I therefore wish you cooperators that we will indeed have our fidelity here at home. That indeed we will patronize the services here. That even when we'll be given an opportunity to react to the various issues that have been raised by the Board of Directors, the Supervisory, and the Auditors, we will be able to react with this Sacco at our heart. Because those reactions are very important, and you are an important cog in ensuring better governance of the society. With those few remarks, I wish you well. I wish Finnlemm Sacco long life, and all of us members, may we enjoy the fruits of our labor in this organization. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. It's therefore my humble pleasure now to invite the Chief Guest and Commissioner of Cooperatives so that he can make his remarks and give his address. If you can be upstanding and clap for him, it will be good.
Thank you, Chief Officer in charge of Cooperatives, Nairobi City County, Mr. Godfrey Akumari, for those very good and very informative piece of advice. And more so you as a member. I think I'm very happy to hear that. So our chairperson, Judith Odwatch, under your board, the supervisory chair, Maurice Odwall. I think the other name, it was supposed to have been Obonyo, but you decided to make it short, Abon, who is nearly my namesake, and your supervisory members, the Chief Executive Officer, Chemis Kisugane, and your entire management and the staff, the distinguished members, invited guests, Hamujamboni. I know maybe there could be a few who are not very sure of my name. I'm David Obonyo, Commissioner for Cooperatives. With me, I came with one of my Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Josiah. Maybe you can stand and wave. Mbudia. Mbudia is in charge of governance, and that's why I told him to accompany me, because this is one of the circles I really am proud of. Madam Chair, mainly I'm proud of Finnlemm because of 2 or 3 key issues. That's why I was with you here last time, and here I am this year. Number 1 is one of the rare circles where readers are bold enough not to continue serving. Whereas in some circles, people really even spend money to campaign to be elected into office. It's a very rare case. Really very rare. And thank you, Madam, and your board. And I believe the two members who have decided not to fire for their already positions they are holding, I believe they are doing it from the deep of their heart. Number two, this is one of the Sacco with quite a substantive membership of youthful members. In a number of our cooperative, the majority they are my age. And then now, when you look at the future, it's a bit not very clear. But when I see very youthful members, then I think you are really prepared to face the future. And there is bright, and the future is bright and promising. Number three, it is very rare. A number of our circles, they try, especially the board and the management, they try to bribe the members by declaring dividends and interest, which is not realistic. But when I can see you are declaring interest of 7%, 7.5%, I believe you are doing the right thing. So before I go to my formal speech, one thing I want to thank the board and the management for the commitment. I know last year it has been a very difficult year, not only here in Kenya but globally. Hence, most of our financial institutions were not performing well. But notwithstanding that, you have been able to record an increase in income of 16%, which is very impressive. Maybe this became a coffee. I can see also even your assets grew from 2 billion to 2.1 billion. And also your deposit grew by 4%. But when I look at your loan book, it grew by 8%, which is the double of what your deposit grew by. So meaning there is danger here, Chair. Very soon you may not have money to meet your own demand. Because if your deposit is not growing at a higher rate than your demand of loans, then it means you are likely to have a financial crunch, whereby your cash flow may not be sustainable. And I think it's an issue as a board you need to look into and see how best you can attract more deposits. I want to take this early opportunity to thank Madam Rachel. Rachel, maybe you can rise up. And I heard of Elizabeth, whom I'm told is not in. This is a very rare caliber of ladies. Men, how many of you can decide not to? Ni wangapi? Thank you, madam. How many of you? Umepewa kiti? You have the secretary of a 2 billion, not 200 million, 2 billion worth assets, Sacco, and you decide to say that you don't want to continue. Na wengine vile tunataka hiyo kiti. I think she must be a friend of a very high integrity. Thank you, Madam. And this is something I want to encourage, not only Finnlemm, but all Saccos, that we need to embrace. You know, one of the most serious challenge we have in leadership is to know the time to exit. Some of us, we get positions, we appear to be good people, but we overstay. And you know what happens when you overstay? Si mnajua, arrogance comes in, you become a deadwood, you have no another new idea to add, and then the institution starts going down. So this is something we need to, I know when we were doing our cooperative bill, we wanted to have term limit. But hawa wasee na wamama hapa walipiga kelele mpaka we had to withdraw. But now I can see Finnlemm coming up voluntarily. That is very good. And I encourage others to follow suit. And I can see even the chair in his speech has said, you want to amend your bylaws. I will encourage you. Take courage and pass that bylaw, members. Na ikikuja kwangu, it may not take even 24 hours before I sign, because you might change your mind. Because those are some of the good practices we want to entrench into our cooperatives. Because out of all these members here, all of you qualify to become chairpersons and the board members. It's only that we have to give a few at a particular time. And it's good for you, the little time you have been given, you serve as if you have no another day, so that you leave tomorrow for somebody else. Something also I want to mention. I saw in your records, your membership is increasing, but there is a very substantial number of members who are not active. And this thing might bring you problems in future. Chair, is good for you to try to address comprehensively the issue of dormant members. If you are not active member, I don't see a reason why you need that name to remain in your register. I know the challenge has been the issue of refunding shares. But we are trying to work on it. And something I'm encouraging as we are working on it, even you as Finnlemm, be innovative enough. You can easily create a fund within the Sacco, whereby you can buy some of those shares. When new members comes in, then you dispose of those shares. Because it doesn't make sense to retain maybe 20,000 worth shares of a member who no longer is interested to continue, patronizing your Sacco. Number two, these dormant members can be a recipe for some people of low integrity to use them to steal from your Sacco. You know, it's very easy. Just because you can pass money through a dormant account, nobody will know. By the time you come to discover, the Sacco will have lost money. So it's an issue I'm encouraging you to look into, so that at least we have members who are patronizing the Sacco either through deposit, regular saving, or by taking loans from your Sacco. The next one is about technology. We want convenience. We want to transact from our comfort zones, even from our homes. We want services that are efficient and effective. Therefore, it's obvious that you must embrace technology. The only way you can remain competitive in today's world is to ensure that you embrace technology, so that you have a seamless transactions, efficient, and the members are able to interact with the Sacco from their comfort zones. So I felt it's important to mention that, and now I want Chair to take this time to thank you for the invitation into this meeting. And as I've said, this is one of the most promising Sacco we have in the country, with very good governance. And I'm happy you hold the future of this movement here in Kenya. I really, Chair, note with appreciation the growth of the interest revenue from your Sacco, which has been very commendable. The growth of asset also, and also even your loan book. The reason behind this high number of this good performance is due to your commitment in serving members and promoting financial inclusion that has not gone unnoticed. And that's why the members here, they are really patronizing your Sacco. And the members, I want to encourage you, make Finnlemm your financial solution, a one-stop Sacco, whereby you can get all your solutions financially. And you, as a board and the members of the management, and be very innovative, very creative, and try to come up with more and new products that resonates well with the aspirations of your members. And by doing that, that is the only way we can lock in the members in Finnlemm. I want to say that cooperative plays a vital role in fostering economic development and social cohesion and the poverty alleviation in our country. By pooling resources and sharing risks, cooperative provides avenues for members to access affordable financial services, secure a market for their products, and collectively address common challenges. The cooperative principles of democratic control, member participation, and the concern of the community, it embodies the spirit of unity and solidarity. And that is very key. I am aware that most of the membership of Finnlemm, you are from the NGO world, where there is a lot of space for democracy. And this is one of the areas where we can start practicing the democracy we are agitating for. So when it comes to the time of conducting elections, let us exercise our democratic rights in a sober way. Let us elect people who can be able to serve, not people who are interested of making allowances. Because in cooperative, it's not about the allowance you get, it's about the service you render to your members. The government remains committed in supporting cooperative sector, and the State Department for Cooperatives will continue to provide policy guidance, capacity development, and the required technical support to strengthen cooperatives at all levels. Together, we can enhance the potential of the cooperative model to build a more inclusive, equitable, and prosperous society for all. The government has developed, about 2 years ago, we developed sessional paper number 4 of 2020 on socioeconomic transformation through cooperatives. This sessional paper, which is under implementation, places cooperatives at the center of socioeconomic development of our country. And this is to enable development of our communities through cooperatives. The government, on the other hand, is prepared to ensure that cooperatives are professionally managed using current technology and have access to the niche markets. All this is geared to ensure that individual members benefit maximally from their participation in cooperatives. Our role as government is to enable that. We have to create an enabling environment. An enabling environment only can come when we have appropriate policy and a legal framework whereby cooperatives can be able to thrive, be able to serve their members effectively, and we create room for you to be innovative and creative. Because your competitiveness is highly dependent on your creativity and innovativeness. You need to understand your members. You need to understand the aspirations of your members. And that is the only way you can be able to touch their hearts. Chairperson, before I conclude, I am aware, and I believe most of you are aware, that one of our union for Saccos, that is Cusco. I don't know whether you are a member of, you are an affiliate of Cusco. It had challenges late last year because of a very simple reason: governance. And this one is a challenge facing quite a number of Saccos in this country. Some of our leaders, Sacco leaders, they have not been bold enough to tell the members the truth. When a Sacco realizes surplus of 8%, and because they have seen another Sacco has declared 10% interest, they also declare 10%. What do you think that's one implies? It means you are refunding members their deposit without their knowledge. And out of that, your union, because the union is owned by primary Saccos like you are the shareholders. The union has challenges. And currently, we came in, we need some administrative measures to stop the escalation of the problem. And right now, we have an auditor who is trying to investigate, to carry out the investigation. Probably in the next 1 or 2 months, the report will be out. But I want to challenge There are some SACCOs who have decided to go to court to demand the refund. Now my question arises is this: where is money to refund? Tuko pamoja? You know, it's like you are Finnlemm Sacco here. You have contributed your deposit. For God forbid, if there is a challenge, 2 or 3 members, they want to get back all their money. What do you think would that one cost? It means some people will lose totally. And that's why I'm encouraging all SACCOs to be a bit patient. There is already an auditor in place. He's undertaking the investigation. We are going to get the report. Once we get the report, we will leave no stone unturned. If there is anybody who is culpable, he will be held responsible, so that we are able to get back the money for the union to continue running as it is supposed to be. But in the meantime, let us not cause a confusion, because to me I'm seeing like that confusion is meant to make the union corrupt. Then we are unable to follow up those people who have misapplied members' funds. Tuko pamoja? So tell your colleagues. I don't know whether you are among them who has gone to court. I'm not sure. But give us time. The people who are running this circle, they are your own people whom you elected. And that's why I'm urging you, when you do election, elect the right people. And you as board members, when you are hiring staff, hire people who have right integrity, people who can take care of your money, not people who are seriously looking loopholes to steal. And that's what has caused challenge to your union. But we are on top of things. I want to assure you that very soon we are going to have a general meeting to present the report from the auditor, and then we will all of us work together on how to restructure and how to bring back the union to the right place. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I'm very thankful. I wish you well, and I'm happy to be associated with Finnlemm because of your good performance, and more so because of your firm governance structure. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner David Obonyo, who is at the helm as far as cooperative decisions are taken in this country. Thank you very much for making time. Let's appreciate him better. Thank you. Now, esteemed members, there are 2 announcements also I would like to make even as we continue. A lot has been said, and we really appreciate, as a cooperative, governance is key to us. I want to recognize formally now Mr. Hudson Alubisia. Hudson, please stand up. I know quite a number of you recognize Hudson. Hudson remains a member of Finnlemm despite being a CEO in another Sacco. So that tells you a lot about this institution. And he continues supporting us in many ways. Because in this sector, you must work together. So we continue doing that. Thank you very much, Mr. Adson, for joining us today. Bwana Commissioner, I also want to recognize one of our board members who was recently elected as a delegate at CIC Insurance. Erastus Chetty, please rise up. So members, you can see that the board members are recognized even in other domains, other platforms within the cooperative sector. We are well aware that the commissioner, by virtue of his office, also sits in CIC Insurance. I had the privilege of sitting in CIC Insurance for many years as well, so I also worked with him. So thank you very much for your kind words and for sharing with us very vital information, which as a Sacco movement we need to know, and we'll take heed. May God bless you. So at this point in time, I want to invite the treasurer. I know because of a tight schedule, the commissioner may at some point step out. But we really appreciate his presence here. Today there are, is it about 20 Saccos holding their AGMs? And his presence is required in all these meetings. So it's really tight for him. So Mr. Francis Kamau, this is your time now. Francis Kamau is the treasurer in the board. So he's going to present the financial report. Karibu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, fellow cooperators. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Commissioner, and your office for gracing our occasion. And all protocol observed, I want to welcome all of us into reading or going through the financials. We are a financial institution, and in our agenda, we cannot miss out to read our finances. In the files that you are given, either soft or hard copy, it's on page 23. That's the Treasurer's report on the 41st Annual General Meeting, held today, 13th April 2024. I hope you also have your notebook and a pen, because you are likely to jot down a few areas of clarification. Dear members, we are gathered here today to take stock of our performance, reflect on our business trajectory, and deliberate on how to move the Sacco to the next level. The Sacco continued with her core business of providing financial solutions to its members and stakeholders. We continue to deliver better financial results in the year, demonstrating our commitment to the fulfillment of our vision and mission. Allow me to outline the key performance highlights posted during the year under review. Our operating income and expenses. The Sacco realized an increase of 16% in gross income to Kenya shillings 254 million, up from 219 million reported in the year 2022. The total operating expenses for the year amounted to Kenya shillings 81 million compared to Kenya shillings 82 million in the previous year. This is as a result of cost containment strategies that were developed and implemented. The below table gives a summary of the various expenses vote head for the 2 years. So number one, administrative expenses. In the current year, we have spent 19,293,486 as compared to 21,876,761 in the year 2022. Financial expenses, 14,437,000 as compared to 18,147,000. Personnel expenses, 35,097,000 as compared to 30,922,000. Governance expenses, 8,439,000 as compared to 5,963,000. Members' expenses, 4,554,000 as compared to 5,758,000. In total, you can see the makeup of the 81 million, which is lower than the previous year, 82 million. Assets and liabilities. The total assets grew by Kenya shillings 99 million, which is a 5% increase to Kenya shillings 2.13 billion. Members' deposits grew to Kenya shillings 1.66 billion, up from 1.61 billion reported in the previous year. During the year, the loan book grew by 7.7% from 1.56 billion in the year 2022 to Kenya shillings 1.68 billion. Equity. The SATI's share capital rose to Kenya shillings 119 million, up from Kenya shillings 98 million in the previous year, a growth of 22%. The total equity grew by 19% to 308 million, up from 258 million in previous year. In order for the Sacco to comply with the core capital to total asset ratio as prescribed by our regulator, SASRA, members resolved during the year 2023 AGM, this is the year 2022 financial year, to increase their share capital to at least 35,000 in 2024 and Kenya shillings 40,000 in the year 2025. We appeal to members to consider capitalizing their dividend on share capital to fast track that attainment of the minimum share capital threshold. Below there is a 3-year performance review. You can see the year 2023, the year 2022, and also the year 2021, purely for comparative purposes. But we can go through it briefly. The loan balances in the current year that we are reporting were 1.68 billion, and the previous year was 1.56 billion, and in the year 2021, we were at 1.42 billion. So there is a growth of our loan book. Members' deposits, currently we are at 1.666 billion, compared from last year, the 2022, at 1.606 billion, and the previous year was 1.566 billion. Our gross income is 254 million, compared to last year, 219 million, and the previous year, 186 million. Share capital has grown to 119 million, up from 98 million, and previously 79 million. Therefore, our total assets is 2.132 billion as compared to 2.033 billion in the year 2022, and the year 2021, we were at 1.941 billion. So we hit the 2 billion mark last year, the 2022. Interest on rebates, the previous year, 2021, was 6.2. Last year 2022 was 7%, and this year we are proposing 7.5. And dividends has also been steady from 12% in 2021 to 13%, 2022, and we maintain That's steady growth of 13%. The next page, we have the regulatory compliance. During the year under review, with the exemption of the liquidity ratio and the portfolio at risk, which is a PAR, the Sacco complied with the other prudential standards set by the regulator as indicated in the table below. So allow me to go through the 5 or 6 areas where only 2 we are working towards improving. The core capital asset ratio, the requirement is more than 8%. In the year 2023, we have complied, we are at 8%, and previously we were at 6%. So at the moment we are compliant. The core capital deposit ratio should be more than 5%. Is it more or less? The year 2023, we are at 11%, and previously we were at 8%, so we are actually compliant. Should be more than 5%, but we are already more than that. Liquid asset and total deposit and long-term liabilities should be more than 10%. The current year that we are reporting, we are at 4%, while as the previous year at 5%. This is one of the areas we are working on, and that is why we are appealing to, for us to patronize the various areas that we are offering. Minimum retained earning and disclosed reserve core capital should be more than 50%. We are at 55%, and previously we were at 55%. So we are compliant with that one. Portfolio at risk, PAR. This is because of the defaulted loans. We should be greater than 5%. We should be less than 5%. But we are at 6%, so we are working towards reaching 5%, which is the standard, or to be below 5%. Initially, we were at 7%, so definitely you can see we have also worked on that ratio. All of them have a positive trajectory. Total operating expenses or total revenue should be less than or equal to 40%. We are at 32%. And previously we were at 8%. This ratio measures compliance or efficiency of the Sacco. We are quite efficient, and I think you have seen in the previous write-ups I've just given that we are able to control our costs very well. These indicators demonstrate a sustained stability of our Sacco. Challenges and way forward. Despite the key achievements made by the Sacco, the society was faced with the below challenges: negative effect of the Finance Act 2023. The implementation of the Finance Act reduced the disposable income of our members, which affected the ability of some of our members to qualify for loans. Other members' ability to repay their loans within the contractual terms was also affected. The requirement that the employer matches the employees' statutory contributions also affected the societies negatively. The board will continue to monitor new regulatory developments, their impacts on the members, and make decisions that create a win-win situation. Dormant accounts, this has been said by almost everyone who has stood here. The Sacco had a total membership of 7,100, with only 3,240 being active. While the figure reported as dormant is significant, which is 3,860, this comprised all non-active members, including withdrawals and deceased accounts. The Sacco is forecasting on activation of dormant accounts by reaching out to the dormant account holders for the purpose of activating them. And of course, the guest today has also told us another mechanism how to activate them. Portfolio at risk, the Sacco is required to provide from the income generated funds to cushion it against default risk. The target for the year 2024 is to lower the rate of the PAR from the 6.3% to the acceptable level of 5%. And in order to achieve this, the Sacco will enhance loan recovery efforts, and we encourage members to ensure prompt payment of their loans. Delay in employer remittances. The Sacco experienced delayed remittances by some employers in submitting members' funds. This affected the members' accounts, especially on loan qualification and loan performance classification. We are continuously engaging employer organizations to ensure timely remittance of our members' funds to avoid inconveniencing our members. Liquidity. The Sacco closed the year with liquid assets to total deposits and long-term liabilities at the ratio of 4% against the required ratio of 10%. To improve on its liquidity and increase its competitive advantage within the market, the board has since revised the interest rates of our flexi deposits to 12% per annum for any further funds that the members deposits on the flexi accounts. We encourage all of our members, all of us, to take advantage of the revised rates through patronizing the flex deposit account. Allow me to take you through the 2024 revised budget and also the 2025 proposed budget. This you will find on page 54 of the submissions or notebook. The numbers can be very small. I hope they'll be projected. But don't get tired. Let's soldier on. So in there, we have shown you a table that has 5 columns. 2 of them is for 2023, the budget, and then the actual, which I think also will be shared by the external auditors. And then the 2024, the approved budget, what you approved last year, and what we as board has proposed to revise because of the new environment. And then we have a proposed budget for 2025. So on page 54, our interest income, the actual for 2023 is 241 million. I'll read on the top line figures. Compared to the budget, which was 237 million. And in the 2024, this current year, last year you approved a budget of 287,182,162, and we are proposing our interest income to go up to 294,465,767. Then there will be the interest expense, which is to our member deposits, and all these have been backed up by the notes. So this is they are there in the notes. Last year we had proposed, we had a budget of 131 million, but we can only afford to pay 124 million. It is not so significant difference. And the year 2024, there was an approval of 182 million, but going by the economic situation, we are proposing to revise it to 145 million, 360,586. Then there is the interest expense on special deposits. Our previous budget was 6.8, and we were able to do 6.9 actual. Our approved budget this year is 7, but we are proposing to spend or pay out in interest up to 16 million. This is because of the flex deposit, which we are giving back to you at 12%. And therefore, our net income, the actual for the year we are reporting is 109 million. The approved budget initially for 2024 2024 was 98 million, but we are revising it to 132 million, 611, 634. Then other interest income. These one are not so significant, but you can be able to read them. We have other interest income, which is 9 million actual for the last year, but we are proposing to have 14 million in the current year. And I am also hoping you can also read the figures for 2025. It's important just to compare, because we also approved that as a proposal. Therefore, our total income gets to the year that we are reporting is 122 million. Coming year, we are proposing to have 137 million, and with the revised budget to be 164 million. And then the 2025, 170 million. Our expenses are shown there. Administrative costs, we had read this earlier. So allow me to read only the ones for actual and then the revised for 2024. Admin costs, the actual was 19 million. We are proposing to have a revision from 22 million, which you approved, to 35 million. And the variance is explained in note 4. Note 4 is found on the next page, page 55. We can explain that briefly, what's the makeup of that. Personnel expenses, we have spent 35 million the current year, and we are proposing to spend 44 million in the year 2024 and 46 million in 2025. Financial expenses, 14.4 million. We are proposing to spend revised to 14. We are maintaining the same, 14. Governance expenses, 8.4, the actual. We approved 7.7. We are proposing to have 10.5. And members' costs, we spent 4.5. We are proposing to revise that to 5.9. And then net operating surplus before tax is as shown there. This year we had 48 million. The 2024 we are proposing to have that revised to 54 million, and 2025 to 59 million. Chair, allow me to go through briefly the note 4 and note 5, just because it's significant. The shift from 19 million to 35 million is significant, and it's important for the members to know the reason. So when you go to note 4, is that our admin costs, the current year we are reporting was 19 compared to the budget of 22, so we were able to save a lot of funds, and we are proposing to have 35, and in the coming year 29. So there is a spike in this current year. The reason for this is, one of them is advertising and public relations, which is branding. We intend to go out. I think our marketing team, education team is going to go out and do significant branding so that we can reach out and increase our membership, because we know for us to go forward, we need to grow in our membership. Then the next one is a significant one, is on legal. I'm just going to mention the significant ones. On legal, consultancy and professional, this year we have only spent 1.39 million, and the budget was 1 million, and we are proposing to have 5.4 million. This is because I think we have mentioned about the land we have. We might involve a little bit of professional advice of the next steps. Together with Rongai land, I think we foresee there could be a legal fee in some of these costs that we are going to incur. But it's purely a provision. And then we shall get back to 500,000 in 2025. The other new costs, like SASRA has revised their fees to percentage-wise based on the capitalization. We are a 2 billion organization, so when you put the percentage they have put, we are going to pay them more than 1.5 million. And in the coming year, about 2.8 million. I think the rest of the numbers are able to speak to themselves, but you can always ask. Last but not least, on page 57 is on the CAPEX. It's important to mention what we plan on the capital expenditure. Page 57. In the year under review, we had proposed to spend 2.1 on software, 2.1 million on software. The actual, sorry, it's 1.9 on software, but we spent 1.2, so we were able to save. In the budget for this current year, 2024, we had proposed to have 6 million, but we are revising that to 7.4, simply because of systems that we're going to project to have, like debt collection systems and core system on upgrade and all that. It's well listed there. Business continued in disaster recovery. We had planned to spend 2.1. We did not spend any. And in our revisions, we hope to spend 3.5 with a breakdown there. We didn't do much on business continued plan recovery, disaster recovery. In the e-conference on the boardroom, we had planned to spend 260,000. We did not spend any. We hope to spend only about 760. And then the computer and accessories, we had planned to spend 1.8. We spent 200,000, and we now plan to spend 1.3. Furniture, 390, but we hope to spend 1.7 in the current year. Building works, we plan to spend 1 million. We only spent 1.1. We spent 900, and in the current year, we plan to spend 2 million. I think that's all, and therefore, Chair, I wish to submit these accounts to the members. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for the treasurer, please. Asante sana. Being that this is a report also that we are going to discuss, we need to adopt it. So we need a proposer and a seconder. Proposer, the other end, far end. This side, tuko pamoja.
My name is Boniface Chaberia. I propose. Member number 6068.
Okay, thank you, Boniface. Seconder? Kuna seconder huku? Oh, there is one there. Okay.
Am I also team? Member number is 0992. I second.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Okay, so I'll invite again the treasurer back to invite the auditors. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, and the Vice Chair. Once again, members, the year under review 2023, you did approve in the last AGM the appointment of our external auditors. And as the treasurer, I want to welcome Nelson and Francis, LLP. Kindly come over and confirm whether our books have been well kept. Karibu.
Yes, good afternoon, members.
Mr. Chairman, all protocol observed. Before I read the audit report, there are a few housekeeping issues I'll just take you through pertaining to your financials for 2023. First, I want to introduce a member of my team who was an auditor, who audited you. Sione kijana mdogo lakini alifanya kazi, anaitwa Caleb Kimtai. And I'm CPA Nelson Korir, Senior. Members, as I promised, I want to say I was very excited when I got appointment to be the external auditor for Finnlemm Sacco. And I'll tell you a little back. It has been a journey towards working with you for quite a while. Today, I'm going to present your report, but the journey towards working with you started around 2014. So nashukuru sana for choosing to work with Nelson and Francis. Nelson and Francis is one of the few local firms with global affiliation. I'm affiliated to Box International. In my presentation, I will look at, is it on the screen? Are you putting on the screen or? Okay. What I need to do is I will look at the statistical information table. I hope you will, when we get there, I will explain, you put on the screen. I'll give you a little background about that statement of statistical information table. Then I will move to statement of comprehensive income. Statement of comprehensive income. I will also be touching on statement of financial position. Then I will close with some explanation on cash flow statement. Then I'll give you my opinion. As I said, you made the right choice to work with me. Let's look at page 27. You can sit down there, I'll go there. Yeah, I will. Members, on this table is it's containing data pertaining to your institution for the, say, from inception to date. It's cumulative data. When you see total assets, it's cumulative data to date. I will not take a lot of time on this area, but I want to give you some take home on this table. If you read, if you look at the table, it has a lot of indices, performance indices. So I will touch on two. One of the indices I want to touch on is retention ratio. It may not appear there, but it is, if you study carefully, you will arrive at that journey. When you have a revenue, say, of, say 100 shilling, we are saying how much or how was it used and how much did you retain to remain with a retainer at the end of the year. So when I will be taking you on the income, I'll be able to delve on that. The important feature also I wanted to throw your attention is what we call portfolio at risk. Portfolio at risk, it tells you on a scale of 100, say if you have 100 shilling of loan, we are saying 6% is in doubt. So it means your loan book is 94% good. And you can now compare even with the previous year. The indices generally are supposed to tell you whether you are growing in a healthy way. They have been provided by the regulator to assist you gauge the performance of the organization. Let's move to income statement, which is income statement, which is on page 33. Page 33. Are you there, members? Now, the data looks intimidating, but I will make it very simple. Your gross revenue, it has been shown there on the table. You can see the income plus other income. You have also been given approved expenses, how they have been expensed and which account. And at a glance, one would want to know, out of this spending, out of this revenue you have generated during the year, how much did you retain? It is, you would be of interest for you to know how much was retained. So your take home on income is having satisfied all the stakeholders, what was my retainer on a scale of 100. So when you see a figure balance there, there are other adjustments to be done until you remain with a figure. If you cross up your income, add all your expenses, you remain with a balance, you divide by gross revenue, you remain with a retainer. Now, members, retainer it helps to lift the indices which have been set by the regulator. One of the indices that retainer lifts is called institutional capital, which is one of the watch indices put by the regulator. And that's a very important delivery in terms of performance of the organization. Let me take you to the asset. I will not go into detail, the asset. But again, it is a statement of assets and liabilities for the organization. Cumulatively, I don't know when you started, if you started about 20 years ago, yes, this is the position you are today. So at a glance, you can see how your Sacco has been growing. You can look at the salient features like the loan book. I think you have been explained by other speakers. You can look at the loan book, that it is growing. You can look at other indices, they are doing very well. But the point I want to make here is you are now on Tier 2 Sacco. Tier 2 Sacco at 2.1 billion in terms of asset base. And even the previous year, you were still on Tier 2. So you are growing towards Tier 1, but it's a journey. Members, I will take you to cash flow statement. Page 36. Are you there? Thank you, thank you. Now, ini pesa taslimu, cash. We are talking about cash. Cash transactions, cash movement. So to remove the myth in this area, I think one would want to know how much money was generated in the day-to-day activities of Finnlemm during the year 2023. How much was generated? That's the first thing conveyed by this information. Number two, having generated so much, how was it applied? Having applied that amount, was there a surplus in your undertaking, in your operations? So, it's my day. Yeah. So having known the surplus, you add to what was outstanding or what was in the books at the beginning of the year to give you a closing figure of the figure of 65 million. That is what you have in the books. So this is about your cash flow statement at a glance. The next thing we are going to do now is to give you an audit report, and I will ask Kuntai just to read opinions and key audit matters, and I will sum up with for 1 minute on that. Welcome, Kuntai.
Thank you for the opportunity. As you have heard, my name is CPA Caleb Kimtai, and we were on the ground auditing. We are the auditors from Nelson and Francis LLP. So I'm going to read direct our opinion on page 30. Can you move with me to page 30? That is where our independent auditors report opinion is. We have audited the financial statement of the Finnlemm Sacco set out on page 8 and to 20, which comprises the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2023, the statement of the profit and loss and other comprehensive income, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flow for the year then ended, and notes to the financial statement, including in summary of the significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statement gives a true and fair view of the society's financial position as at 31st December 2023 and of its financial performance and cash flow for the year ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008. Basis of our opinion, we conducted our audit in accordance with the International Standard on Auditing. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement sections of our audit report. We are independent of the societies in accordance with the International Ethics on Standard Board for Accountants Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, together with the ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit of the financial statement in Kenya, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with this requirement and the IESPA code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for opinion. So that is the key audit matters there, and I want us to go to page 32. On page 32, report on other requirements. That is where I want to draw our attention. Page 32, report on other requirements. As required by the International Standard on Auditing, we report to you based on our audit that, number one, we have obtained all information and explanation which to the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purpose of our audit. Number two, in our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept the Sacco so far as appearance of our examination of those books. And the other one, as required by the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008, we report to you that based on our audit that we have obtained reasonable assurance that the society is solvent and have not identified any significant concern with respect to the financial condition of the society's business. We are not aware of any violation of prudential standard or condition of the license, and we are not aware of any contravention of the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008 and the requirement of International Financial Reporting Standard number 9, IFRS 9. The auditor responsible for these accounts is is Nelson and Francis LLP, the certified public accountants, practicing number P1761. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you. Thank you, members. With the opinion being read, I just want to confirm during our audit, our verdict is we have given you a clean bill of health. There are some issues which appear under key audit matter, but those issues will not affect my opinion. You can read them. I've listed 2-3 items, but I'm required by professional accounting body to provide those key audit matters for your attention. But my opinion remains clean. You go sour. I feel also good. Thank you. Nami naomba kasi.
Thank you very much. Nelson and Mwangi were our auditors this particular financial year. We appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's appreciate him better. Members, we are now moving to the plenary, but before we move to the plenary, we have been having a caretaker committee for the Finnlemm Development Corporation. And this caretaker committee constituted 3 board members. Our purpose basically is to dispose any other land-related issues, because the law is very clear on what a Sacco needs to do. So we are clearing with the backlog. Now, this committee was chaired by Rachel Gondo, and also in the membership of the committee we have George Rugu, also with us here, and Francis Kamau. Those are the members of the committee. Allow me to invite Rachel to say make a few remarks and also share with you something about FDC. And then we can proceed to the next stage. Karibu, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that opportunity to speak to members. Members, I'm now speaking to you as FDC, as part of the caretaker committee. This one is okay. Yeah, so just a brief, I'm not going to take a lot of time, just a brief on what has been happening at FDC and in terms of the projects and the work we've been doing. As you may be aware, the caretaker committee has been in place for 2 years now, 2022, 2023, so this is our 3rd year. Since we came into FDC, remember after the previous board was dissolved, we were tasked to look at the projects that were there and see how we could dispose of them, and also knowing that there's a huge loan that was advanced to FDC, we needed to start paying that money. So for the last 2 years, we've paid 30 million back to
the Sacco. This is a loan that had been stuck for very long, so we started activities that enabled us to pay that fund. When we joined as well, we looked at RIAT, and the land had been dormant. There were no activities for a while. And as you saw in the report from the chair, there's been a lot of activities in terms of sale. Some of the members who had bought RIAT have already received their titles. I'm not sure if there's any of them here, but we've already issued a number of titles to those who bought from phase 1 of RIAT. At the moment, we have some plots remaining in RIAT, so those who still need plots, the quarters and the eighths, you are welcome to contact us, and you'll be able to get a plot from that phase 1. We have a block of land that is 17 acres, and the plan is now to sell that as a block. We've already commissioned our lawyer to start the tendering process, and so soon you'll see advertisements in the daily papers on sale of that land. So if you have anyone or any institution that you know that may be interested in a block of land, please let us know, and we can also encourage them to put their bids. So we're going to sell to the highest bidder. We will have a reserve price, and that is what that is the next step for RIAT. But in the meantime, we'll continue selling the remaining subdivided plots in phase 1. Then, as part of the activities that we've been doing, we've been looking at what else our members have been asking. Remember, if you have looked, or if you have been looking at the communication coming from FDC, sometime last year, in the middle of last year, we sent out a survey to members to give us their opinion on some of the projects that we were looking at. And we did distribute this survey, and members came back to us. We had about 120 members who responded. And in that response, there was a very clear indication to us that members would prefer or would like to us to look at a project in the environments of Nairobi, within areas surrounding Nairobi. So we had 2 projects that we had proposed to members, and one of them came out as the clear winner in terms of interest from members, and that is the Lukenya Hills view. And so we've actually gone a step further, and we met with the owner, we did a due diligence, and this property is now part of our project. It is 10 acres in a place which we are naming Lukenya Hills. Lukenya Hills view. If you just give me 1 minute, I'll ask Paul to play a clip of this for those who may not have heard or seen this distributed to members. Paul, could you please play that, and then I'll speak about it. Thank you.
The company is an investment arm of Finnlemm Sacco Society. This is Finnlemm Development Company Limited, FDCL, introducing Lukenya Hills project. The company is an investment arm of Finnlemm Sacco Society, established to allow for diversification of investments on behalf of the Sacco. The Lukenya Hills View project is located 43 kilometers from the CBD and 13 kilometers from Athi River Junction along Mutongoni Road, which is part of the Greater Eastern Bypass that runs from Mombasa Road through Joska to Thika. It is surrounded by significant landmarks, among them the Athi Resort, the Lost Village, EPZ Leather City, and several other public and private developments. It is surrounded by Hazina Sacco members' land on the south and European Union investors to the east, and not to mention that the Daystate University is one of the major investments in the neighborhood. The land is 10 acres with 80 plots measuring 50 by 100 feet. The prizes to our members is Kenya shilling 750,000. However, for cash buyers or loans from the Sacco, there is an introductory offer of 700,000 Kenya shillings during the first 45 days, closing on 15th May 2024. Installment payments up to 6 months are allowed, but at the price of Kenya shillings 750,000.
Okay. Members, you're not able to see it? It's coming. Okay. Sorry. Paul, if you can rewind and play it again, because the screen's...
This is Finnlemm Development Company Limited, FDCL, introducing Lukenya Hills Project. The company is an investment arm of Finnlemm Sacco Society, established to allow for diversification of investments on behalf of the Sacco. The Lukenya Hills View project is located 43 kilometers from the CBD and 13 kilometers from Athi River Junction along Mutongoni Road, which is part of the Greater Eastern Bypass that runs from Mombasa Road through Joska to Thika. It is surrounded by significant landmarks, among them the Athi Resort, the Lost Village, EPZ Leather City, and several other public and private developments. It is surrounded by Hazina Sacco members' land on the south and European Union investors to the east, and not to mention that the Daystate University is one of the major investments in the neighborhood. The land is 10 acres with 80 plots measuring 50 by 100 feet. The prizes to our members is Kenya shilling 750,000. However, for cash buyers or loans from the Sacco, there is an introductory offer of 700,000 Kenya shillings during the first 45 days, closing on 15th May 2024. Installment payments up to 6 months are allowed, but at the price of Kenya shilling 750,000.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you, members. So that is our latest project in Lukenya Hills. And as you heard, we have an introductory price of 700,000 for those who buy between now and mid-May. So in the next 45 days, if you are able to book and pay for your plot, then you get a discounted price. We are planning to have a members open day for this project on the 20th, that is next Saturday. We have a plan, so if you are interested to view, please see our marketing executive, I think he's here, Nixon is standing at the back with a white jumper, so you can speak to Nixon to book for the visit. So that is Lukenya. And lastly, the other project that we've been working on is Kitengela. This is nearly sold out. We have less than 10 plots. Nixon? How many?
They are less than 10.
They're less than 10. So please, if you really want, like to buy, or you're interested in Kitengela, please see him, and he'll be able to take you there if you've never been there. So those are our projects. Also, at the end of last year, we had sent out an invitation to members to apply for a board position within FDC. So we gave members a month plus, more than a month, to send in their applications, but we didn't receive any. So if, I don't know why, but members, whether you read whether you were on Christmas break and you didn't have time to read through, but if you are interested, you can also see us, and we'll be able to talk to you. There is a position for a board director at FDC. because we want to diversify as much as possible and to bring in new ideas. So you are welcome to send in your application or to come and ask for an advert that we had sent out, and we can share that with you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, those can be asked during the plenary session. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. We have been co-emceeing with Frederick, the Vice Chair. So I'll pick it up from here, and thanks, Fred, for taking up the previous session. And I hope we move systematically in order so that we finish the remaining items. We've realized that we are lagging behind in terms of time. So we want to be also very fair to all of us. In the next coming sessions, we try to be as precise. Don't repeat, we are getting into the Q&A. So please be very precise with your questions. Don't repeat what has been asked, so that we also try to manage time. We plan at least to leave here by 1:45. And so you can see how much time you are remaining with, and we have quite a handful agendas that are remaining. But before we get into the Q&A, can we please all stand up? Just stretch a bit, say hi to the person who is next to you, ask them what is their name, and if they are members of the Sacco. So thank you. I realized we needed some exercise, so we can have a seat. Albisia, thanks for coming. Albisia, you know, he was our bishop, apart from being our CEO, so we miss you, but the person you delegated to, Francis Kamau, is also doing it very well. So now we get into Q&A. We have only 25 minutes for the plenary, and this will be the order. So please, if we can have at least 3 people on the floor with the mics, and I'd like to see them where you are with your mic. Lucy, yes. The third person? Okay. Please ensure the mics are functioning, they're okay. Yes, I've seen your hand. I'll come to it. So this is how you are going to do it. We'll have this section as the first section from where the gentleman with the camera is standing. So this section here will be the first one. Not the first one to us, but the first stream. This is going to be the second stream, and then we'll have the third stream where Lucy is standing, going to the other end. Please, when you ask your question, be very specific with your name. Tell us what is your name, your member number. It is going to be important to document that. The report you are asking a question against, if you can also be precise with the page number, that would be good so that it can also guide those who are supposed to ask, to answer or respond to in terms of how to go about it. I hope we have 3 mics, at least, or even 2 here, mics that can be movable. So for the board members, for the management, I'll be directing a number of questions to you randomly, so just be prepared to respond to, including the auditor's report, because the auditor is still here and he'll be ready to respond to any questions that comes up. So 25 minutes and we go. The first question on this row, on the first stream, any? So you can go, okay. You can give the mic to the end. I know you might have so many questions, but try to summarize those so many questions into one at least, so that we can also give a chance to somebody else to ask.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ngugi, member number FA 2316. My question is on the Treasurer's report on page 24 regarding the membership, and in particular the dormant members. And the Treasurer told us that the dormant members, 3,860, includes withdrawals and the deceased. And I would like us to understand why a deceased member would still exist in the register as a member. Why a member who has withdrawn would still be counted in the statistics as a member. Yet, I stand corrected, but I think some of the grounds for cessation of membership would be withdrawal or death. So if they are dead, why would they be treated as dormant? They should be expunged from the members' register. Kindly help us understand why they are treated as dormant. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. So James, you will help us to respond to that. I know it was mentioned in the Treasurer's report, but operationally it goes beyond the Treasurer's report. So the CEO will be able to support us in responding to that. We are coming to the second stream, but before we do that, there is one step we missed on the auditor's report. We need to adopt it. So I'd request if we can have a proposer and a seconder to the auditor's report before we proceed.
Hello, Niva Wycliffe Mchanja, number 3907. I propose.
Thank you. Wycliffe, seconder.
My name is Elizabeth Nanjala, member number FA 2324. I second.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. So second stream, there was this hand that started long time ago, and then any other hand on this stream? So two, the third one. So those two, and then we go to the third one.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Mother, member number 0627. I have 4 questions. Please allow me to ask them all, then you can.
If you can summarize in 2,
yes,
fine, but if you can't,
no, I will ask all 4.
Okay.
The first one is on page 59. We have a proposed resolution, number 2, to pay dividends on share capital at 13%, I think about a total of 15.5 million, and you're asking to capitalize. So that means members don't have an option on this. It's a decision already taken from above. Is it because, I think you need to be sincere with us, is this decision being taken because you do not have enough money in terms of cash to pay interests on deposits and dividends altogether? You need to be sincere with us. I think members need to have an option, and in that particular question also, will it be credited to the members' accounts? Thank you, guys. My second question, and this, I believe I did not join this forum last year, but how can we keep in this Sacco talking of loans for housing? And I was not surprised when somebody says nobody wants to be a board member there. 145 million, a question that has been raised by SALSA as well on page 52. Why are we borrowing money for third party? Shouldn't this be 2 separate companies altogether? And that will hurt members in the eventually. My question number 3, which is almost similar, is on the regulator's concerns on page 53. I think, members, this is a very huge red flag. We have non-performing loans, that is fine, but on number 5, the dormancy rate of 54%. I know it could have been talked about before I joined, but how will these loans be recovered? And are we paying interest on deposits on these dormant loans? It's important to know. My last question.
Please come back with your third question. Which report, which page?
It's on
53?
53, yes. If I'm not, item number 5.
Okay.
Yes. And my last point that has nothing to do with the reports is I have taken a bit of a concern from the Sacco. For those of us who are on payroll, I know we don't put a lot of concern. I do. And where I work, I'm a board member as well. Payroll submissions versus the date when it's credited by the Sacco. Sometimes there's a huge gap. And these are people paying loans. There's a huge gap. I stand here I work for a telecommunication company. I can tell you, when you guys are thinking about membership, 50% of our members have left Finnlemm and gone to Safaricom Sacco. So while we are thinking of why is our member going low, we need to think of how is the Sacco contributing to people leaving the Sacco. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I take the third part to be a comment and a feedback, and we'll reflect about that. Now, on the capitalization, the share capital, the decision has not been made above. It's a proposal. So what comes here on the floor, it's a proposal, and that's how we have brought it back to you. It will come through resolutions, and those resolutions are coming to you through proposals. So it is you to decide, and I know somebody will speak to that on what is the benefit of capitalization, and what does it really mean. We are not forcing it on you. You will make a decision on that. Yeah. So we'll come back to that. So I'll request on the capitalization, Chair, you can speak to that, the share capitalization. The loans, I believe this is the FDC loan, the 145 million, you're speaking about the third party. So this is not a new loan. So this has been a loan for about 10 years, more than, yeah, which was borrowed to purchase Riat land. And we have been gradually paying that loan. So that is what is outstanding. So it's not a new loan. We are not borrowing anymore for the third party. Nothing has ever been borrowed since those 10 years. So I just wanted to bring clarity to that. But Rachel, you can speak to that also, that question. On the item number 5, I didn't pick the question very well, but I know, James, you picked it. So you can help us respond to that. If there will be a rejoinder from the board, we'll speak to that also. There was another hand here. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Joseph Nzioka, member number 5769. My reaction is on the budget, increased budget on furniture. What is the justification for that? Do you have more staff? Do you have more space? Or do you want to replace old furniture?
So increased budget on the furniture. Okay. That is on the CapEx. Francis, you can speak to that. Then we go to the last stream. Okay. Edwin, you'll speak on the payroll submission, and I think there was the last bit, which came like a comment, but maybe it needs some clarity from the previous question. So then we'll come, Odoya, I saw your hand up. So can we have that as the third one on this stream? Because I'm taking three questions on each stream, then I'll come to the next stream.
My name is John Adoyo, member number FA0244. Concern number 1, it arises from no report. I'm really concerned why we are holding our AGM in April, something that we've not been doing before. It has always been March. And I remember there was in one AGM where we members asked why we cannot work towards getting our AGM as early as February, like other cooperatives with whom we are in the same league. That one, I throw it to the board, perhaps an explanation to come. And when answering that, I played a crucial role, maybe Chetty can attest to that, in recruiting members when I could. And all these members are going. Reason 1, they feel like sometimes things are not working for them at Finnlemm. Most of them have left. And if I have to tie something that is not working even for me today, is being asked to possibly capitalize some returns when, you see, at the age where I've reached, I need to eat my money before I die. Why do I have to keep on plowing back? When an interest comes, I plow it. When will I eat it? I also want to grow in size. Okay, Mungu alinipea urefu ya kwenda juu. Ya kupanuka mimi mwenyewe, lakini kama munanikata hivi, how will I? For that reason, my position is that money be paid to members. We need the money.
Okay.
Or as far as I am concerned, let that money be paid to me. I need to eat it. To tie that end, and then I just sit down. Last year in an AGM like this, we were asked to raise our share capital from then 25,000 share capital to 40,000 in 3 years. The first deductions were made. We are again being told to recapitalize this now. Why do we have to do that when we have not even finished with what was asked in the last AGM, which we are actually financing as of now? Why do we give it like a boost from both sides? Okay. From my returns and from wherever I can get that money. In fact, I'm among the dormant members that are being captured in your books. And the reason I'm dormant is because I lost my job. I've not gotten anything.
Okay, thanks.
That is the reason, again, you must understand, the majority of members here, some of them are out of employment. And when some returns comes, which they can even use to do 1, 2, 3 things here and there, they are again told, recapitalize. No.
Thank you.
This is going to be expensive.
Thank you. On the, why are we having the AGM in April, Frederick? You can respond to that, but we really wanted to have it earlier than today. Circumstances could not allow, but somebody will speak more to that. On the question of capitalization, I want also to bring in Francis, so you'll also speak to that. I think there's a lot about the share capital capitalization and so forth. So Frederick, Chair, you'll also give those responses. And we take your comment, Adoyo, about returns. As a Sacco, we'll work together and see what innovative ways we need to come up with. So, but again, not conflicting with the regulations, because we are also guided with the regulations on how we need to go about that. We go to the last phase. I'll come back in the second phase, so senior hand. So the first two, then I need 3, so if one can sacrifice, come in later, will be the first one. But anyway, let's take the 4, as long as you put your question to 1 maximum. So we can start with Janet there, and then we move to the next. Yeah. Jotham. No, not Jotham. Whoever, decide, because we are together.
Okay. My name is Daniel Ochola, and member number 4244 from Batuk. Now, and first I want to echo Madam Rachel for stepping down this time round. It's a number of times that I've been coming for AGM, and for the first time I've seen a board member stepping down, which is not normal. Echo Madam Rachel. 2, I want just to get a clarification from Chairperson, as in I understand that when the COP representative was in front there, he talked about something to do with the term limit. And if I'm not wrong, he said when they propose such kind of a thing, some board members from other circles try to be were adamant concerning that. Meaning board members, they don't want to go out. So when the bylaws of Finnlemm will be amended, of which I heard something like that will be done, let there be term limit, because we don't want to recycle board members every now and then, we see the same people now 10 years down the line, if they are just there. I think most of the people who are here are most qualified also, they can get something. Another one.
Last one, please.
The last one is concerning, that is page 59, on point number 7, the proposed resolutions, point number 7. I don't know why the loans want to be written off, yet these loans were guaranteed by members, and also we have the insurance part of it, of which if there is something like that, if there is a member has passed on, the money should be paid, not being written off. And also, the Sacco has already picked it from the guarantor. So it means maybe Sacco got the money from the guarantor and again want to write this one off so that the insurance company doesn't pay. I think with that one we are getting it wrong.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. So for the second question, Judge Rogo, you will take it up on the write-off. I want to quickly respond to the first question on the bylaw, on the term limits. I don't think it is this board that was referred to by the official from the ministry. It was the movement as a cooperative. This is a proposal that came in as a regulation. It went to Parliament, but before it went to the approval stages, there was hesitance by the movement to put a term limit. So it is the movement, not Finnlemm. So for us, we are open, and that's why we have brought it to this AGM for your vote as a proposal. And I think we are in agreement as a board. That's why you see. And it's not the first time we are seeing board members retiring. I think Finnlemm has created that trend. You saw with the previous chair, Gabi, he retired voluntarily after one term. I think 2 terms. We have seen Rachel retiring. So it's something that we already inculcated amongst ourselves. So it's not Finnlemm board, but the movement creating resistance. Second or third question? Oh, yeah, second question on that. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Janet Kenyanjui, member number 2761. I want to ask my question on the Treasurer's report, which is in...
Janet, if you can speak a bit louder.
Okay. Yeah, page 23, we had the Treasurer's report on personal expenses and governance expenses. These are the only expenses that have gone up from the previous year. And stemming on the same from personal and governance expenses, in page 45, we see the big expenses that I can see are on staff capacity building and recruitment, which is 3 times the previous year, and governance expense, committee training and capacity building, which is 8 times from the previous year. Maybe the question is, what are these trainings about that are costing a lot, that are more just for governance and personal expenses, that do not touch on members' expenses and things like that? I think this can be elaborated better to know what is this that we have gained from these trainings. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Madam Caroline, you can take on that. Caroline? That question from Janet about the capacity building, governance and staff, and anybody else who would want to speak to it as a response. The third question on that row. The guy in the cape. Oh, okay.
Hello members, my name is Brian Anami, member number 4397. My question cuts across, and a big concern that why is it that there is a high turnover of staff in Finnlemm, especially in finance department? Thank you.
Thanks for being very brief but very specific to the question. You had the same question, yeah? Okay. For that question, Bernard, you will help us respond to that for the high staff turnover.
My name is Asienwa. I'm member 2774. I think my sister, I had 3 questions, but my sister asked it. And Mr. Odoyo, thank you for asking for me. So now I remain with only 1 question.
Thank you.
And I don't waste time here.
Thanks.
Now, I've seen you are paying 7.5%
7.5% on shares, yes, and 13% on share capital.
Yes. My opinion, that is too little money. Because, I'd explain. You know the inflation. You know, people are buying IFBs, you know, TBs, at over 18%. Okay? So if you continue paying 6%, most of us, we shall be removing the money and going to invest there. So that figure, next year or in near future, you are supposed to pay at least over 10, 12, 15%. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For that question, and I think it's an important one, Chair Supervisory, would you want to take up on that? When you come to the responses, you supported by James. Why we are paying 7.5? I know you are supervisory. No, later on when you come to the responses. So just alerting you. Why we are paying 7.5 and not more than that? Yeah, so that marks the last question for this first round. I'll be coming for the second round. I had noticed a few hands that had come up. So can I take this next 5 minutes? Please be very precise, use as few seconds as you can, but give conclusive answers or responses to the questions. I want just to start with the order. From here, I know I have allocated questions to everyone. So James, you can take your answer responses. The next.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the first. The first question I want to respond to is why the AGM is being held in April and not earlier than that. And to respond to that question, I'd request we go to page 26 of our audited accounts. We go to page 26 of our audited accounts. We finalized our audit in January. We did it on time. On 31st of January, we were through with our audited accounts. We had a board meeting on 7th of February, as you can see on page 26. The board approved these financial statements on 7th of February 2024. So there was no delay from the board side in holding the AGM. When we took the financial statements, because the law requires you take the financial statements to SASRA before they are presented to the members, we took the financial statements to the regulator, and you'll see on page 34, the regulator approved the accounts on 13th of March. If you go to page 34, the regulator approved the financial statements on 13th of March. So we could not have issued a notice earlier than 13th of March, because you can only issue a notice for the AGM once the regulator has approved the accounts. So once we obtained the approval by the regulator, we now went to check on the availability of the venues for the respective dates that we were to hold the AGM. The various venues we had was the KICC, St. Andrews, and where we are, All Saints Cathedral. Those were the 3 preferred venues. All the venues had been booked on the preferred dates that we wanted to hold the AGM, and the date of 13th of April, which is today, was available at All Saints Cathedral. That explains the reason as to why we are having our AGM being held on 13th of April 2024. There was a question on capitalization, why there is a proposal to members to capitalize their dividend, and the member wanted to know whether we want to retain the money because we do not have the money. We have the money to pay, and we are starting to pay your dividends on Thursday, as from Thursday next week. The preliminary arrangements that needs to precede the opening of the portal. So from Thursday next week, our members should be able to access their money, the dividend that we are declaring. The reason as to why we are proposing, the board is proposing capitalization of dividend, when we took these financial statements to the regulator, one of the areas that the regulator had concern was in compliance with the various ratios that we need to comply with. And the commitment we made to the regulator was that one of the ways to fast track the attainment of the minimum ratios that we are supposed to comply with is capitalization of the dividend, so that we fast track the process of capitalizing our Sacco, having a core capital. Core capital simply means the summation of share capital and the retained earnings. So you can only achieve the required core capital that the regulator requires you to achieve by either retaining more money, and retaining more money means reducing the interest rebates that we are to pay to members, or increasing the share capital. So those are the only two ways you can grow your core capital. And we made a commitment to the regulator that we will explain to our members and make them understand and request them. It's a request we are making to members. This is our Sacco, all of us. And we kindly request that you agree with that resolution and approve it. It's in the interest of the Sacco to grow the core capital of the Sacco, make the Sacco stable and have a better capital base. Number two, the law requires that if you are to advance any loan facility in excess of 10% of the core capital, you have to obtain an approval from the regulator. We've had a number of members applying for loans to the tune of 20 million or even more. And that requires that for us to release those funds, first we have to go to the regulator, do a formal letter to SASRA. Then the SASRA will again review the documents supporting the loan application and consider whether to approve the loan or not. We do not want to subject our members to those lengthy processes of having to go to SASRA first before those huge loans are approved. And the only way we can fast track that process is growing our core capital as soon as possible so that when you're applying for loans that are of reasonable amount, the huge loans that members are applying for, we are able to give the members as soon as possible. If you go to page, just to finalize, if you go to page 27, our core capital is 180,557,000. 10% of 180 million is 18 million. So any member applying for a loan of 18 million, above 18 million now, we have to take the request to the regulator. And it takes a lengthy process. By the time we get the approval, then I get back to member, the member is delaying with the project. So by capitalizing the dividend, it will help us in growing this core capital, and it will help in the amount of loan, the loan amount you can give to a member at any given time. Thank you. The third question I'm responding to is in regard to dormancy. It's true, or one of the reasons or one of the ways one ceases to be a member is either through withdrawal or by natural attrition, which is death. Now, we have in our membership members who died, and we have in our membership members who withdrew. The reason as to why we still report them as members is because they left behind some money in form of share capital. And as long as we retain that share capital, end of the year, the share capital earns dividend. And that dividend, we have to pay to the beneficiaries. The next of kin was nominated by the member. So whoever was nominated by the member is entitled to that dividend every year when we declare it. The legal framework has not been permitting the Sacco to refund that share capital. You can only transfer it to a member. And there have been discussions within the cooperative movement on how the legal framework can be revised to allow SACCOs to be able to have a fund whereby you can buy it back as a Sacco. If a member dies, the Sacco can buy back the share, the shares of the deceased member or the shares of the member who has withdrawn, and be able to refund that money to the member. The legal framework is not yet finalized. You have the commissioner saying they are finalizing on the legal framework to allow SACCOs to have a fund from which they can be able to refund those shares. So for as long as we still retain the share capital of this member, whether deceased or withdrawn, they will still appear in the list of the members, but the status will be different. They will not be active members. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. I think James has done us a lot of favor. He has answered quite a number of questions. So if maybe your question that are allocated to him has been touched on, and maybe you want to just give an additional point, you can, but if you feel it's exhaustive, what James has provided, then we can move, we can let the other person come and respond. So George Rogo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members, once again. There was a question that was raised with regards to write-offs and why we are requesting for an approval for a write-off of loans that have already been issued. Now, there are two scenarios that arise. One is where somebody is deceased, and of course, we cannot recover from that person, and that person, by the time of their demise, was already a defaulter. Such kind of people, the insurance will not come in, and actually the policies that are there in the market cannot cover for such kind of losses. And therefore, it comes back to the Sacco that we have to allocate resources to be able to cover for such kind of demises. The second one are instances which are also pretty rare, but they are there, where somebody has been guaranteed by other people. This person, for some reason or the other, and of course by a fraction of time, they were not able to pay their loan, and the defaulters are actually, and guarantors, sorry, not the defaulters, the guarantors took care of the loan, but not in full, for whatever reason. Either the guarantors were also equally in the same scenario. We will try as much as possible, and we have tried as much as possible to follow these members to be able to recover all the monies that they had owed from them. But in instances where it is practically not possible to do it, for legal reasons also, and eventually the fraction of time, we definitely have to allocate resources to be able to write off this amount. Otherwise, we will continue having portfolio at risk, which is growing. And of course, one of the things that we need to do is to ensure that our PAR is kept at the required levels. Thank you.
Thanks very much, George. Frederick, I don't know if your question was answered about AGM, so you can take to chair.
All right. Yeah, there was a question from Caroline about why we lent to a third party 145 million, and why was that done. Just to give you a brief on that, this is a loan that was taken by the Sacco way back in 2015 when FDC was formed, and FDC, at that time the Sacco was buying Riat land. So the loan was taken by the Sacco and advanced to FDC for purposes of purchase of that land. So over the years, FDC has been, and not only that land, there was also Nanyuki. It was land in Nanyuki that was bought using that loan, and then Nanyuki was sold off, and part of the funds were paid back. However, Riat did not pay back because it wasn't sold. You remember there was a time when the proposal for Riat and how the board wanted to do it at that time was to do a development, and members didn't want to do it. So anyway, it's a long story, but eventually the project didn't go as proposed by the board. So over a number of years now, it's around 10 years, because Riat has remained unsold, the loan was earning interest. It went all the way to 174 million. And at that time, when the caretaker committee joined 2 years ago, it was 174 million. So in the last 2 years, we've been able to sell some of the Riat plots and paid off part of the loan, so it's gone down to 145. It's still, it's still a big loan. We need to pay it back as as FDC. And some of the projects that we've introduced and the work that's going on in Riat is really important for us, because then any money coming in from those then should be able to pay off the loan. So I hope it's clear to you now why was the loan taken. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Francis, maybe you can, if you have something on the capitalization, you can speak to it. If James was okay, that's fine, but please speak on the CapEx.
Yes, thank you very much.
Question, yeah.
The question from Caro, member 0627 on CapEx, especially on page 57, why we are planning to buy furniture this time round, this coming year. Possibly just to mention, when COVID came, the board has always been operating from off the online, and once in a while we visit. I understand the last time Finnlemm bought boardroom furniture was more than 10 years ago. If you go there, there is no chair to sit on. So it was also a blessing in disguise, the issue of online meetings. So it is in a pathetic situation. And this is a proviso so that we can also equip. As you realize, last year we did equip part of the ICT system. We also need to equip another part. Every year we need to be going, building that office. The other one was on capitalization. Just to mention, and also to mention to my brother here, yes, it is like a two-front. But once you pay through capitalization and you meet your 5,000 for the year, we are not going to ask you to pay more. So it is just a way of fast-tracking that capitalization. I think for those who are business readers, this Business Daily, even one of the Tier 1 banks the other day did not declare dividends for the last 25 years, isn't it? It was a historical. For the purpose of being able to prepare yourself to move forward. And those again who have also been careful on the Business Daily in terms of the share prices, the same bank, the share price has gone up. We thought it's going to go down. So the Sacco will be stronger by capitalization other than weaker. And I think my colleagues have also addressed that. Thank you.
Thanks. So, yes, Maurice.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to comment on two areas. One of them is term limit, which was mentioned. And I would like to state that the aspect of the term limit is not in our current statutes. Cooperative Societies Act does not provide for it. Sacco Society Regulatory Authority does not provide for it. And as you were informed earlier, most of us are coming from civil societies and NGOs, which are thoroughly regulated. So the level of corporate governance, which is exhibited in the civil society and NGOs, is what we are trying to inculcate and incorporate in the Finnlemm Sacco Society. So as a board, we just discussed and agreed that it's one of the good corporate governance issues to bring about the term limit. Otherwise, even before the term limit, we've had our chairman, the chairman of Finnlemm Sacco board, Gabriel, who just voluntarily some years back decided to step down. And now you've had two members who are eligible to go to the ballot, who have accepted just to step down and give that chance for other people. So with that trend, we've decided that why don't we make it a way of transacting our business? Not because it is provided in any act. The board would have decided just maintain status quo because it is not provided in any act within the government regulatory systems. Another area I would like to comment on is regarding why we are giving 7.5% and not patient for 1 year or 2 years before you get your money back. So as we pay our loans regularly and the loan provisioning will reduce, and then we'll have more money at disposal to increase even this, interest on our interest rebates. For now, 7.5%, we can assure you, is one of the best. And our loans are some of the cheapest loans in the market. Some Saccos have hidden costs. And some of you are having 2 Saccos. You go and ask for 1 million, and you are given 850,000, and if you ask why, you will be told there was some interest here, there was some cost here. As you ask us for 1 million, and you end up working with 990,000, and not 800 or 800. So there are other people who have other hidden costs, and they don't educate members, and members will never get to know where the hidden costs are. And you can run away from Finnlemm, go to another Sacco, and then when you experience that, it becomes a painful affair to start coming back to Finnlemm because of those hidden costs, which we will never be told, and we will never see them on newspapers or the annual reports of those Saccos. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madam Catherine, I don't know if your question has been raised. Sorry?
Just a minute.
Sharon, you can...
Can you hear me?
Yes,
all right.
Yes. And then another question. Another member asks, why do we have high staff turnover rate? And the question I was whispering to my colleague just next to me, is that member really serious that he wants to know why there is high turnover rate of staffs? You know, Sacco is a financial institution. And where you are dealing with money, there are very many temptations. And sometimes, if you fall a victim of such temptations, you left yourself. The Sacco board or secretariat does not push you out. You just find yourself leaving. What do you do in that kind of situation if you are in the board, the member who has that question?
Yeah, thanks.
Those are the details we can't discuss here. Yeah, thank you.
Sharon, you want to add?
Yes, just to piggyback on what Maurice was talking about as to why we are paying 7.5%. And Commissioner David Obonyo encouraged us that we're on the right track. Why? Because majority of these circles that you're seeing 13%, you're seeing 12%, and I know you feel discouraged. I know you feel discouraged, but the truth is, some of them are even borrowing a lot of money in order to pay this 12% or 15% or 18% to members. It is not realistic. They cannot be able to manage it over time. So please, we are trying our best to maintain the Sacco, and we will increase this rate so long as members are paying their loan. So help us to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a member who asked about the capacity building for both staff and the board. I'd like to answer that question from two sides. One, in 2022, because of the way the financial position was so bad, one of the things that the board decided to do was to freeze training, both for the board and for the staff. So it's only the most essential training that took place in 2022. However, in 2023, you'll agree with me that one of the biggest assets that you have in an organization is your staff. And I believe most of you who work in the civil society, if you don't take care of your staff, especially in terms of developing them, then they will definitely not be able to give you the best of the services. And that is why we opened up that window to be able to ensure that our staff are enabled so that they can be able to serve you better. And therefore, a few of our staff went for training. And also, in fact, the biggest thing was about the capacity, the team building, so that because we wanted our staff to move in the same way. For the board, you were told that there was what do you call it? There was a strategic planning. There was also there's these meetings that we have so that we can be able to review finances. And on top of that, there's also the team building, and that was a main thing. You remember, those of you who were here in last year for the board, you could tell there was issues between the supervisory board and the normal board. And therefore, you can see today we are moving seamlessly. And this is because of the investment that we have to put in that area. So you can see, like, in terms of the way your staff will be able to serve you, there's a lot of improvement. We also try to tame the staff turnover, and that is by motivating our staff and exposing them to trainings that are available, and that can be able to ensure like they are developed and they can be able to perform their work better. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Bernard, do you want to quickly summarize on staff turnover, or it is exhaustively answered? It's answered. Okay.
Okay. Let me
Chair, yeah.
comment. Give me that. Thank you, colleagues, for those responses. Members, just a few comments that I would want to make, because I think most of the issues have been addressed. When you join a board, and if you look at Finnlemm, Finnlemm has been in existence since 1983. For some of you may know the history of this organization. I saw one of our members, one of the long-standing members, he was seated here, he left. Yeah, right at the front. He knows the history of this organization. They made sacrifices. As a board, what we are looking at, and I recall Mr. Obonyo, the commissioner, mentioned, is sustainability of the organization. We don't want to lie to anyone, and that's why everything is open. we made a proposal to the regulator. And the regulator here is SASRA. We've been mentioning SASRA. That's the government regulator for cooperatives, the Sacco Society's regulatory authority. As a board, we made a proposal to them that we want to pay more than 7.5%. They looked at our accounts. I know somebody mentioned here, is it that we don't have money? Yes, and that's a very good question. They looked at what we have in terms of our cash, in terms of our assets, and they advised you can only pay 7.5%. And that was why I appealed earlier. Let's pay our loans. And on the table, as we move to the resolutions, we were appealing for capitalization. We have not made that decision. We are appealing to you because of liquidity issues. And it's not only Finnlemm Sacco. We know how the economy is. Hudson is here, can tell you, even about his Sacco. And that's why we are appealing for that. But the decision is yours. We cannot force you. We wanted to pay you more. In fact, we really struggled as a board. Then on the issue of loan write-off, which was also mentioned, members, some of these loans have been in the books for the last 10 to 15 years. And that's why we keep appealing to you. And it could be a reason like what our esteemed member mentioned. People are losing jobs. Finnlemm Sacco majority members are from the non-governmental institutions where people are on contract. We know what has been happening in this country for the last few years, starting from the time of COVID. People lost jobs, contracts are not being renewed. So it also causes the liquidity issues. We have really tried to follow up. Some of them have been in our books for many years, and it's affecting our bottom line. We have to clean our books. So we have been staggering this. What can we write off? It is not current loans. And by the way, before you do it, the regulator has to interrogate. Have you made all the efforts not to recover this money? So that's where we are in terms of that. For the time limit, it's in our resolutions. And this is not even a national thing. It's the board who made this decision. The national government tried it, it was shut down. But we want to do it as a board in this Sacco. Then the other issue that I wanted to mention is on the somebody mentioned something about the high turnover of staff. In the last 1 year, we only lost one staff. And as my colleague Morris mentioned, you know, staff leave for many reasons. Some of them we can't mention here. But there are those who leave for better opportunities, even you as members. If you get a better opportunity elsewhere, you definitely go. We can't stop you. So people leave for many reasons. Last year, only one left. But we do our best, and that's why even for training governance, you see the training cost has gone up, the expenses. We decided those who are accountants, we want them to get the right skills, competencies. They must register with professional organizations because that is one way of motivating them. We have to do it because we want to retain them. Thank you very much, members.
Thanks very much, Chair, for those responses. 7.5% interest on return, and if you are to go back 3 years from today, you realize that we've been on a positive trajectory. There's a time, I think the previous year we gave 6%, we came to 6.3%, we came to 7%, we are now at 7.5%. It is a slow growth, but it's a steady one. So it's all of us to make those informed decisions, as the rest of us have spoken to that. If you please allow me, I want to take just one question on each stream, because you'll also agree with me that it's already 1:43. time is really going. We have many other agendas. So if you can agree with principle that we only take one question, close the plenary, and then go to the next session. So I'll have this hand on this session, on this stream. Who is asking on this stream? One person. Yeah, I had seen your hand in the beginning, so that is there. Then the last stream. Then there is a team of us, some of us who are upstairs. Do you have any question on the team upstairs? Anybody who want to ask a question? None. So let's come to you.
My name is Rachel Hira, member number
Maybe you can hold your mic, okay, so that we hear.
3645. And I've got a question regarding the lack of transparency in the credit department, which I encountered for the first time last year when I tried to apply for a development loan. And one of the things that I encountered was, as I said, lack of transparency with regard to the timeline. That no one tells you how long the process is going to take. And that, of course, comes with cost implication, because sometimes you're supposed to make a payment, you've made a commitment, but you're not getting any answers from the department, despite sending countless emails or countless phone calls. So is that a normal thing, or do you not have timelines on how long these processes take? And we're not talking about the figures that were mentioned that need the, the clearance from SASRA, but just, smaller amounts. The other thing that I'd like clarification on that was mentioned is with regard to what I see as hidden costs, because at the point, hidden costs, when it comes to the loan payout,
which report is that? And maybe
hidden cost, hidden.
Okay.
Hidden,
on the loans.
Yeah, on the loans.
Okay.
Which are not declared until the very last moment of payout, where then you're told, oh yeah, there's a 1% appraisal fee. And I sent countless messages asking what that appraisal fee was and why it wasn't mentioned anywhere on the loan documents, on what are these forms, the application forms. It's not there until the very last minute. And that's why I was surprised to hear that there are no hidden costs, because that was a surprise, a shocker at the end of the application process.
Okay.
So that's my question.
Thanks. I think for the question of not being there hidden costs, we have costs related to the loan approval, and I think, James, you can speak to that. You can take those two questions. When one of us mentioned that there are no hidden costs, it just means that there is no cost that we have not mentioned to members that this is going to be a cost. When you go to our website, you will find most of this information. It is there. If it's not there, James will speak to it, and maybe you'll speak to all the two questions that have been asked. A timeline, I think it's important. It's a concern that has not only been raised by you, by some of us, a number of us. So we'll hear from the CEO what his opinion is, because that is operational. But we'll want to respect also his position so that he tells us what he's doing to solve that problem. One question here, I think there was, we had a question.
Okay.
And then we go to the last row. Yeah.
My name is Charles, FA 4536. My real concern is about the caretaker committee, in whom we happen to have had Madam Rachel. And from the history, we know where Madam Rachel is coming from. It was a very difficult time when she was joining as a chair of this board. Now she's stepping aside. What would be the mandate of the caretaker committee if she leaves right now, if she retires?
Okay.
What will be the confidence on the caretaker committee?
Okay.
2, my observation is on elections. We can see the hall is oozing out. People are leaving, and there is an agenda for elections. And I think we should take another step to make sure that members participate in elections.
Okay.
What is it that members or board can do? We take an agreement here that once you come in, you have to stay up to the end that the elections are done.
Okay.
What should we agree on?
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
To quickly respond to that, it's a responsibility of all of us. You know why you are a member of Finnlemm Sacco. You know why you are coming here. When you make your decision to come from your home to this place, you know why you are coming. And so you should achieve those objectives. It is a responsibility of the board, both supervisory and the board, to ensure that information is available, they create the forum. So the board has done its part, the management has done its part, the regulator has done its part. Now, the attendance remains a personal responsibility. So ask yourself in a honest opinion, I have come here, I have signed, I'm going to get my lunch allowances, but am I working for that lunch allowance? So I need to be here from beginning to the end, just like anybody else. So it's also a challenge to you as members. I am also a member, it's a challenge to me, but let's ask ourselves those reflective questions. We need to be responsible Kenyans. Maybe that's how I can respond to that. But Sharon, you can pick on the first question that he asked. I hope you picked it.
As Sharon responds.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to add on to something about the 12%. Now, there was a concern that the Treasury bills are at 18%. You know, as Finnlemm, we are paying 7.5% as opposed to 18%. But remember that when we loan, we charge what interest? 12% interest. And still have to cover our operating expenses. The operating cost at that same 12%, as opposed to 18%. So if we are to pay more rebates, considering all the other factors mentioned here held constant, then we may even have to charge interest at 18, which we cannot do. So I thought I just needed to add this, you know, as we reflect on why we are paying 7.5 as opposed to the other rates, that are there. Thank you.
So Sharon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. In regards to the FCDL Caretaker Committee, upon Madam Rachel's retirement, we'll have a member of the board step in, and we'll also again re-advertise, and we are encouraging you as our members to kindly vie for positions of the board members so that we can also bring in new blood and fresh ideas. Thank you.
Thanks Sharon. So, last one. There's a hand that had already come up. I don't know if there was or there wasn't. If there wasn't, the last one. No, you have asked, so we can give it to the last person. Is it, sorry? Sorry?
Yes, not talked. Hajonge.
Okay, fine, but we had a procedure. We had already picked the names, so it's not that we are blocking you. So please just give it one question so that we move.
Okay. Good evening, all members. Good afternoon. I'm Charles Wanyama, member 4756. First of all, I want to congratulate the caretaker the board for the good work. One, I want to say that the Riyadh, we have seen progress. We have seen progress in Kisaju. We have seen progress in Nakuru. One thing that maybe you're asking why people are going, maybe because you have mentioned about capitalization of the shares, or capitalization of the dividend. I had the commissioner mention something here that I wanted to talk about, and I've seen people talked about it. That's why I kept quiet.
Please summarize.
Please. We took more. Member was asking. Please keep me time.
So that we move.
So I'm saying this. When you're talking about the dividend, dividend that people, we are expecting. In fact, if Chair said that he wants us to have the cultivation, to be cultivated in saving. Most members want to see when you are saving, after the end, there is something that you're getting. And you're asking about how are we going to increase our members? Out from 6,000, we only have 2,000 who are active. And the question is, my brother here asked a question which is very much important, and it really touched me because I'm heading to where he is. He has been in this Finnlemm for many years, and he said that up right now he's only having shares, that he's only earning dividends. We're asking a question. Why can't you, the board and the CEO and Finnlemm, come up with a procedure where, because you want to increase the share capital, right? Because you want to increase share capital, why can't you say that, can we have members, even if you put, because you keep on increasing, give us a limit of 100,000, let me say like 100,000, if that person will be giving 100,000, if he hits 100,000, he knows that even if he retires, that share capital, he still becomes a member of Finnlemm. That will cultivate members we will be saving towards us continue to be members of Finnlemm, right? Because I'll be able to earn interest and dividend at the end of the day. Let us also have a place where we can be cultivated to be the owners of this welfare, or of this Sacco. Because you cannot say, my friend has been saving for Finnlemm for many years, because he retires, tunamsahau anaenda nyumbani. Ama namna gani? Tutakubaliana? So, let us come up, hii mambo ya kusema kwamba tunapatiana dividend zetu, no. Come up with something else that we are ready to pay that amount of money if we continue to be the shareholders in this circle which we want to develop it. Thank you.
So, thanks very much. That was the last question. Edwin, you didn't respond to the question of the payroll. You will come to it when we come to the responses. Sorry? I was counting these. Because you have spoken with a lot of agitation, pick it. But please try to summarize so that we move. You can see time is also rushing.
My name is Agri, member number 1580. I'm very much concerned about even some of the confession that I've seen from the board members. And this issue, I think I raised it in the last year's AGM. I think the problem now, for example, we have now 50% of the members who are dormant, and like 50% are active. Now this issue, I think the problem now, as I see, comes from the Office of Procurement. Now is the members are not getting the return of what they're investing in the Sacco. Even if I listen very well with the auditor who was giving us the report, you know, my learned friend was just jumping from one corner to the other corner. Even I wonder, most of the auditors that we bring, they don't even say, okay, this is, they don't give us an exact answer whereby they don't get even any problem with the Finnlemm, because they always come and say, okay, everything is okay, everything is okay. I wonder why. Because like, it's a matter of concern where you find, but 50% of members are inactive. It brings us a very big questions. Why are they leaving the Finnlemm? Because, for example, like I myself have brought in quite a member in the Finnlemm. But again, the problem which is bringing a lot of problem again is the capital share. I remember last time when this resolution was passed here, and you find the members who passed the resolution we didn't have enough members to pass that resolution, whereby they increased the capital share of being a Finnlemm member. That's why you see many of people to join Finnlemm, it comes to be a difficult one.
Thank you. Now, maybe just something to bring to your attention. You will find that most of the actions that the board and management acts on, they are decisions that have been made by this AGM. And when I mean this, does not mean necessarily this, but maybe the previous AGM. And that AGM is made up of members. We are responsible to elect our auditors. We are responsible to make resolutions like the dividend. It was approved by the members. And so one thing, make time to attend AGMs, make time to participate, to engage, to discuss. But once you make that decision, we also have a responsibility to abide by it as a member, as a management, and as a staff. So it's an execution part. So it's important, even as we speak about the share capital, we also speak to the points on those reasoning. So I will give you just 30 seconds, please, and then after that we'll come to the auditor because he wants to leave, and then I will answer the questions that have come to the floor. James, you have a number of questions. I don't know if somebody would want to make a comment to the last comment. Then there was a question on the dividends, and then we close at that point. Yes.
So good afternoon, members. Mine is not a question, but a comment. My name is Charles, member number FA2669. I've been a member of Finnlemm for many years. Tulianza wakati wakina George, tukakuja wakati wakina Edwin and all that. So mine is just to thank the board. Members, remember it is us who elected this board. Walisimama hapa and we voted for them. So at times it's good to give them some encouragement. And I would say, Finnlemm, we've come from far. And also I would want to commend the Secretariat. Nowadays they are a bit responsive. And I would say they are a bit responsive. Sisi tulikuwa wakati unapiga simu, even that phone call was not being answered at the reception. It used to take you to go there physically to make noise so that your grievances can be addressed. But I think we've made progress. We are not yet there, but we are getting there. So I think at times we also need to give credit where credit is due, because this is our Sacco. These are our members. We are the ones who elected them. They didn't fall from us. So I think they are doing a good job. We are not yet there. We can criticize, yes, I don't deny, but also give them credit where they've done well. So I'd say they've done well according to me, and the number of years I've been there. The credit committee, also thank you. Personally, I'm an individual member. Like my brother, I lost my job, and I went to the office. I had a very big loan, over 1.5 million, and I didn't know how to pay that loan. But the credit team sorted me out. So for people who are struggling, you can go and restructure your loan, other than being termed as a defaulter. So those are the avenues that personally at times I feel members don't know that there is a way out, whether you have a loan. And I think nowadays education, Erastus, I don't know what happened, that we used to have member education forums. It can be also virtual, so that we can help mitigate these issues of loan default. Because some people default not because they want to default, but because they are struggling and they are wondering, sasa hii loan nitalipa aje? Because I'm not on a payroll and this is the disposable income I have. So there's a way out. You can restructure a loan, prolong the period. You can even pay as little as 10,000. But as long as you don't default, eventually you will pay that loan. So kudos to the Secretariat. I know we are not yet there. Thank you to board for the oversight you are providing. Madam Rachel, tumekuwa nayo miaka mingi. It's a good thing that you've steered this ship as chairman, as board member. So even as you go on retire, I know you'll be on this other side. I will also need you on this other side to criticize that other side. So karibu sana pande hii tena. We missed you this other side. So thank you, Erastus, for giving me this.
Thanks very much, Charles, for those accolades. We take the positive feedback on the education, member education, so we'll consider that and ensure that they come back to being active. So let me give maybe one at most 2 minutes to the auditor to give his last remarks as he leaves.
Members, again, I'm back on two things. I want to give a professional viewpoint on issues of migration from non-regulated to regulated. Then I'll also deal with a question which a member has asked, which concerns me as the auditor. So on prudential guideline given by the government, I want to say this is a very good thing for the government to have introduced guideline for the growth of the societies in this country. Initially, you started operating as a Sacco from the ministry, and the red flag was drawn at some state that you moved to the regulated environment. It is the healthy way of growing the Sacco. So when you find a letter, the one you have, which is a letter from SASRA, raising a red flag on a number of issues, it is relating to some need for improvement in the ratios or indices which have been put to be used by the societies. So please take courage that you, in a regulated environment, you are actually growing. It's a healthy way of building societies in the right way. And those indices affect the performance. When you touch one item, all adequacy ratios support each other. So when you raise, say, a governance cost, it affects the ratio. When you have a low retention ratio, you know what will happen? There are some key institutional parameters which need to be watched. They are also affected. So all ratios, or rather prudential guidelines, are affected by the performance you have been taken through by management. Finally, yes, one member, I didn't take the details of the number, but he mentioned about audit reports don't seem to churn out some of the challenges which you have raised here. I was sitting there for quite a while and I said, the issues raised are of management nature. The job you have given me to do is to deliver an opinion. And when they are delivering my opinion, they are weights. I put some weights on matters. Yeah? I put weights. If they are management, I push them to management. And SASRA have already mentioned the issues I have raised to management, and they are being tackled at that level. But the matters which you need to reach this important organ, I have put them in the key audit matter. But I have given you a clean report. There are reasons why we give listen report. We are guided by the International Federation of Accountants, and it is based on evidence, objective. So I want to say this, it is trust. Thank you for trusting me to be your auditor. I have given you this is heart to heart. Thank you so much, and be blessed.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Nelson, for those remarks. So quickly, we are responding to the questions. Edwin, I want to start with your response, then I'll come to James, then I think we'll sum up with the dividends question. Edwin, you had a question on the employer remittances. Oh, you wanted to respond? Okay, you can respond, then James will sum it up.
There was a question in regard to employer remittances. And what I want to say, we've had instances where the employer remits money. Let me use dates for illustration. On 31st of March, the employer remits money, but sends the schedule on 10th of April. So we cannot post those funds to the respective members because we have the money, but we don't have the schedule. We have instances where the employer sends the schedule on 31st of March, but remits the money on 10th of April. We are kindly requesting the employers here, the representative of the employers who are here, kindly send the money and the schedule on the same day so that we are able to post those funds that you send to the respective beneficiaries of those funds. So those time lags between the receipt of the money and the receipt of the schedule is a big contributor to us delaying in posting the member funds, and it has caused a huge outcry from some members whose loans at times even go to the non-performing categories. Hope we will get the support from the employers to ensure, one, we receive the funds on time, and two, we receive both the schedule and the funds together. Rachel, we highly apologize if you went through what you said, and we've been organizing sessions, some tailor-made for respective organizations, and we've also been having member training sessions for all the members. We are kindly appealing to members, when we send a communication out inviting you to a training session, kindly spare time to log in and listen to what we are telling members, because there are a number of things we normally communicate to members, and because if you fail to attend, you may not understand what we were explaining to members. Feel free to attend those members and raise questions specific to the topics that we are inviting and taking the members through. We've been improving our processes continuously, and all of you will agree there has been continuous improvement in our service delivery. In credit, currently, before, we could send you the loan agreement once we are through with all the loan processes, and we send you a loan agreement on email, and we wait for you to open your email and respond. What we are currently doing, when we send an email, it's followed by an SMS, and after some reasonable time, we do a phone call, alerting the member that please check your email, there is a loan agreement, we would like you to fill the loan agreement and return it to us. Some of you here will agree with us that we've even been following phone calls severally. We send the loan agreement, we call you today, we call you tomorrow, reminding you that there is a loan agreement we sent you and you haven't signed the loan agreement and returned. In terms of the loan appraisal, we are currently, when we receive the loan application and we go through the appraisal process, if there are areas that we feel we need to bring to the attention of the member before the process goes to any extra step, we normally contact the members. And I'm sure some of you will agree, the credit team has reached out to some of you, even advising you which loan to take instead of the loan you are applying. The instances where members who are struggling to repay their loans, our staff have been reaching out to you and even advising you to consolidate those loans into one loan so that you are able to repay those loans. But Rachel, we highly apologize for what you went through.
Thanks very much. So maybe Rachel, you can follow up with the, sorry? So in summary, what he has mentioned, I think there was a question about the processes, the time frames. Okay, we may not go through all the timelines because we have different loans with different timelines. So what I'll encourage you, I don't know who is here from credit. I'm looking for Francis. Francis, please, before, after the AGM. Through each and every process in terms of timeline. We have different loans with different timelines, different processes, and we have information about that. So that's what we are requesting, that you remain behind so that we can clarify further from the Secretariat. Not unless there is a specific concern that you'd want us to address, and that's why also it would be important for you to remain behind.
What was the answer on the appraisal fee? That wasn't mentioned anywhere.
Yeah, so on the appraisal fee, these are some of the, James has mentioned very well that we normally call sometimes for webinars with members. This appraisal fee came in, was it 2 years, 3 years ago? 2 years, 3 years ago. It was communicated to all members, and I don't know if you can, who can attest to that. If you received any email about that, can you please raise your hand? Yeah, we have two, three hands being raised. So there is an appraisal fee of 1%. There is also an insurance fee on the loan. So there are a number of costs that are aligned to it. All this information is in the public domain. you can receive it. And that's why the public domain here is the office. You can go there and we'll be able to get it. But if you still doubt it, please remain behind, because we can't exhaustively respond to all that now because of time.
Maybe one last thing. Part of the delay, the reason I'm insistent on the timelines is because one of the reasons that was given for the delay was that a board member has not been available to sign my, what is it called, the approval or something like that. That's why I'm asking, are there no timelines? Why would it take 3-4 months to approve a loan of something like 5 million shillings?
Yeah. So anyway, and like I said, it depends with the process. I'm sure there are members who are here who have gotten their loans within 2 days, within 1 week, within 2 weeks. And there are different processes that needs to be taken into account. And that's why I'm humbly asking you, and I am here as a board member, we are here as a board to address that issue. So please remain behind, we sort it head on. Yeah. Is it okay? And I'll really appreciate, I'll be here for you. He will be here for you, and we'll tackle it head on. There are many cases that we have sorted in the same way. Yeah. So thanks. Any other question that is remaining?
Response. Yeah.
Response, yeah?
Yeah, maybe just to mention something that has been also highlighted by the members on the customer service. I appreciate the feedback, and being one of the members in the education, and also the board, deliberately we had the concerns of the members, and last year the team underwent the training, that is the secretariat, and the feedback that we are getting is positive, but we are yet to reach where we expect. And this is a task and an objective for all the staff members to be able to give the best to the members, and we are expecting this to continue, and it will be even better on customer service. And this is one of the areas we want to meet with some of you if you have issues, so that we are able to know who and where and how can we help. One, as the board member, and also as the secretariat, how they can be able to work together and help you as members. So this is a priority, and we are hoping that this service will be more improved moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Frederick. So thank you very much for that session. It was not an easy one, but thanks for your responses. We take them very positively and with a lot of passion and concern. If please, I've requested you to remain behind on 1 or 2 reasons, please remain. We would like to sort any issue that is pending. If there is a question that wasn't exhaustively answered, please remain behind. We'll come to that. At this juncture, I would really want us to appreciate the auditors. If you can please stand up as they leave, because we are getting into the session of the elections of the auditors. The auditors, our auditors, you can kindly just stand up for us to appreciate you as you leave. No. We want to say, really, let's give a hand to the auditors. They have done us a good job. They might not have fulfilled all your expectations, but they did a good job based on their capability. So thank you very much. At this point, we are coming to the stage of the elections of the auditors, and I want to call upon the chair of Supervisory Committee to take us through. And yeah, we acknowledge that we have a team that is following this meeting through streaming. Unfortunately, we are not able to engage with them because the capabilities that we had could not allow for them to engage directly, to ask questions, to give comments, to vote, and so forth. So we only had the capability of being here physically, but so that you're able to follow up online, we provided those capabilities of streaming. So streaming, you can just listen to, hear, but you can't participate actively. So that's the reason as to why we are not able to get any question from them. Thanks. And maybe because after this I'll not be coming back, I think from there we'll be going to the elections and the rest of the process, the resolutions. So thank you very much for that time. We hope to finish earlier. We didn't finish, but we've spoken to everything. Apologies kama nimekukwaza, ilikuwa kazi. So, lakini nasema asanteni sana kwa wakati mlionipatia. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you once again for the opportunity. At this point in time, we will go ahead with the appointments of the auditors for the year 2024. The Sacco sought and received quotation from 10 audit firms, and we are on page 58 of the document you are having. 10 audit firms for the year 2024 statutory audit. The firms were evaluated based on the knowledge of the Sacco business, years of experience, current and past references, number of engagement, employees, fees methodology, registration with the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, small and medium enterprises development, and SASRA authorization. Peer review mechanism and estimated audit fees. 3 firms were shortlisted based on the above evaluation criteria as highlighted below. In the first, you'll see we have DK Wambua and Associates. They've got 20 years experience. Oscar Ngodo, lead partner in charge of the audit, an accomplished accountant with over 20 years experience in accountancy and audit. Demni Wambua Kimanzi, auditor, is a financial management consultant, accountant, risk and assurance auditor, institutional and development consultant. He has a wealth and wide experience in audit, accounting, management and financial consultancy. Joseph Kiprono Koech, audit manager. Daniel Mwade, technical partner and quality audit review, an accomplished accountant with over 20 years experience in accountancy and audit. Samson Muli, an IT specialist with over 15 years experience as an ICT and systems auditing for financial companies and Saccos. DK Wambua and associate staff establishment is 21 inclusive of the partners. Some of the Saccos they have worked for are Tower Sacco, Audit and Taxation, Cooperative Bank Sacco, they conducted external audit. Maishabora Sacco, they conducted audit and taxation. Azima Sacco, they conducted audit and taxation. Suluhu, in bracket Mwingi Mwalimu, they conducted audit and taxation. They quoted for us Kenya shillings 388,000. The second auditor in the middle of that column is JM Associates. Their firm profile, they are a professional service firm that offers business consulting and advisory and the larger African continent, spanning multiple industries. Expertise for teams constituted of highly qualified experts in corporate finance, accounting, tax audit, strategy, information, technology, and business management. Their solutions are tailor-made to address the specific needs of each organization, enabling their clients to make informed decisions, thus making them better at what they do and their businesses more efficient. JM Associates offers tailor-made solutions that address the needs of the specific organizations to enable their clients make informed financial decisions, making their businesses more efficient. They combine insights, technology, and innovation from multiple disciplines and industries to help great organizations excel no matter what they do and where they are in the region, so they said. Their partners, our firm has 2 partners and other professional staff consisting of managers, seniors, and associates. Some of the Saccos they have worked for are the Tower Sacco, where they have done external audit services. Lamu Teachers Sacco, they have conducted external audit services and systems audit. Baraka Yetu Sacco, they have conducted internal audit services. Isabe Sacco, ISAB Sacco, external audit service. Yeah, okay. Okay. Asili Sacco, external audit services and systems audit services. The fee they quoted is Kenya shillings 290,000 Kenya shillings. I've been promptly reminded that if we have DK Wambua and associates or their representatives, kindly you may step out. Likewise, if we have JM associates or their representatives, we would request you just to step out briefly until we are through with this exercise. And of course, the last audit of the 3 is Henry Smith and Wilson. If they are here or their representatives, we would request you just to wait out as the corporators decide who to audit Finnlemm Sacco in the year 2024. On the 3rd column, we have Henry Smith and Wilson. Their experience is over 15 years. Simon K. Ndegwa is the managing partner, has a wealth of experience in audit, accounting, and tax. Peter Njadi is a partner, specialist experience in audit and knowledge in the audit, accounting, and tax services to the small and medium enterprises. Smith Muturi is a partner, special expertise in audit, accounting, and tax. Wilson Mutero is a partner with a wealth of experience obtained over the years in audit and accounting and tax. Henry Smith and Wilson has 4 listed partners. The organizations they have worked for or offered similar services are Chuna Sacco, Devco Sacco Limited, Ardhi Sacco Limited, Kitui Teachers Sacco Society, Telepost Sacco Limited, Magereza Sacco, where they have offered external audit services, and Tembu Sacco, where they have also offered annual audit. They quoted 380,000 Kenya shillings. Having been provided with all this information as the Supervisory Committee, we looked at all the 10 auditors. We reviewed and settled on the 3 to present to the members. And having discussed with the board and the Supervisory, we highly recommended approval of DK Wambua and Associate based on the following. 1, the board ranked them first based on the evaluation criteria, and 2, they have strong audit experience including ICT and systems audit. And as stated before, the 10 auditors included even our current auditors and the other auditors who had audited the Finnlemm Sacco in the prior years. But these 2 we found compelling, and we felt that they should be presented to the members. At this point in time, I think we can proceed to the next level, and I will be guided how we go about settling on one of them to audit Finnlemm Sacco for the year 2024. Kindly again, if there is any of these auditors in the house or their representative, we request you to step out. Otherwise, if we pick you, then we can disqualify you at the last hour before you are given a chance to be subjected to our members to vote for you. At this point in time, I'll allow Mr. Njoroge to take us through, and then the corporators can have an opportunity to vote for one of these auditors. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Njoroge Mwangi, Cooperatives Officer in charge of Dagoretti Sub-County, and I'm glad that our members are still making decisions in relation to this society. And now that we are on that appointment of auditors, the presentation has been done on the 3 audit firms, which members in an AGM need to make a decision on who will be able to undertake that audit services for the financial year 2024. Based on that information, the board were able to rank the 3 audit firms, and the board recommended the approval of DK Wambua and Associates bids on that information. And the question to the members is if they are in agreement with that for DK Wambua and Associates, we can get a proposal and a seconder, and if you are all in agreement with that, we can consider that DK Wambua is approved, if members are okay with that. So for DK Wambua, we can get a proposal and a seconder. Where are we? Okay.
Operators to view their portfolios that are given, then they zero on one they think can work, but not the board to tell us. That one to me, there is a compromise somewhere. Thank you.
Okay, then remember, it is only a recommendation, not an approval. That is why the 3 have been brought to you. If the board only can give a recommendation, they cannot approve for this. That is why the 3 are there, so that if you are not okay with the recommendation they have given, the options are there. It's not that they have approved. If it was that they have approved, haingekuja kwa members. So that is why my question was, if members are okay with DK Wambua and Associates, we get a proposal and a seconder. If any other out of the 3 gets a proposal and a seconder, then members can be able to vote. So that democratic right is not taken away from the members. Is it okay, members? So I will start with DK Wambua and Associates. If you have a proposal and a seconder.
My name is Bizo Biaba. My number is 6695. I propose.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
My name is Edwin Kariuki, member number 1177. I second.
Thank you. So that is DK Wambua and Associates. We also have the others. If members may want even a consideration of any of the other, it is not closed. So do you have, out of the others, do you have anyone proposing any of the other 2? Mara ya kwanza, do you have any other proposal? We have JM Associates as the presentation was done. We have DK Wabu and Associates, which have a proposal as seconder. The other two is JM Associates and Henry Smith and Wilson. So out of the three, that is why the board have brought the three, though they have recommended that one, but members are the ones to make the final decision. That is why if there is any other with another proposal, the room is there. Any other proposal from the membership? Mara ya kwanza. Yes.
Agree Emoja, member 1580, I propose.
You propose? Which firm? Members, tuko pamoja?
Tuko pamoja. I propose the second auditor.
JM Associates?
Yes.
Okay. So JM Associates have a proposal. Do you have a seconder for JM Associates?
While we trust the board to have better insights on who would do a better job, it's for us not clear what these evaluation criteria are. So I have no idea where you settled on J.K. Wambua and Associates. And looking at the fee, JM Associates would be a better deal for us. They would, it costs us 290,000 shillings, basically 100,000 shillings cheaper than what DK Wambua and Associates would be charging us. So it would be better to know what the evaluation criteria is. So,
what are you proposing or seconding?
I am saying we have no idea why we would propose or second any of those.
Okay, let's get more information.
Yeah, thank you very much, member. I'll just give that clarification to the criteria. AGM normally is packed with a lot of events, and we felt like in the previous years, in the interest of members, that we cannot bring the event analysis spreadsheet with all the 10 auditors when we are supposed to provide only 3. That is what our bylaws allows us to provide. So having gone through the 10 of them, some of them have 2 years of experience. Some of them have never audited any Sacco other name. So having walked through that, we felt that these 3 actually meets the bill. And this process is done at the secretariat by our competent staffs. So then they bring the list to supervisory. A list of all 10 of them, they don't recommend any to us. Supervisory is very independent. And we look at the list, the vendor analysis. We ensure that all of them were duly informed. All of them submitted their papers and the kind of paperwork they have submitted, the kind of entities they have audited, the amount of money they are going to charge the Sacco. And we don't award based on the price, because there are instances in which we've settled on low bidders and we never got value for the money. So the amount is not one of the consideration. If you are competent and you quoted a lower figure, that is well and good, but we don't consider you because you are the cheapest. I hope that settles that aspect of how we decided to get these other 3, but we have all the spreadsheets with us. It is at the secretariat. Any member who wants to know the process which was followed, we have all the vendor analysis and a list of all the 10 vendors. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that information. So with that, we had a proposal for JM Associates. Do you have a seconder for JM Associates? Yes?
Good afternoon.
Yes, I second.
You second?
Yes.
Your name?
Rachel.
Rachel.
Rachel Mutira, FA 3645.
Okay. So JM and Associates have a proposal and a seconder. Henry Smith and Wilson, do you have a proposal?
No, I have a concern.
Yes.
Here. So my name is Ann Jaggi, member FA 4878, and I would like to say that if you did not then consider the amount in terms of maybe the cost, then why, if the person then meets the bill, then why can't you negotiate to a lower price?
Okay. Just a concern from the membership in terms of negotiation. I believe that the board can be able to check on that in terms of negotiation. However much may be the amount that was quoted. If maybe the board can also negotiate, it's okay. And I believe they can be able to do that. So do you have any proposal for Henry Smith and Wilson? Mara ya kwanza, do you have any proposal? Second, mara ya pili, proposal mara ya pili na ya tatu. Okay, so with that we have 2 audit firms proposed and seconded, DK Wabu and Associates and JM Associates. So with that, members, you need to make that decision. So it's you to decide who will be able to audit your society for the financial year 2024 based on all the information that was given to you as members. So with that, you just vote once for any of the 2 between DK Wabua and JM Associates. So let's start with DK Wabua and Associates. So with me, we have Gladys to assist me in terms of counting the votes. So we are starting with DK Wabua and Associates. By a show of hands. For DK Wabua and Associates, by a show of hands. For JM Associates, let's also get the votes. Remember, you are voting once. For JM Associates, so siwede juu. Pitia hapa. So, sorry for the members who are upstairs. So, we never counted any of the votes upstairs, and therefore, I'll start with the first audit firm. Those who are voting for DK Wabua and Associates, we get the votes upstairs. DK Wabua and Associates. Gladys, ukimaliza uniambie. Sawa sawa. Those who are voting for JM Associates? Sawa sawa. So for that we have, we never knew that we had members upstairs, but because we have spaces downstairs, so that we can be able to do the counting within the shortest time possible, I would request those who are upstairs, there are so many seats down here, you come and occupy them so that tunamaliza tu mara moja, because we are only 2. For those who are upstairs, requesting you to come down so that your vote can be counted together with others. So thank you. Okay, thank you, members. The results are as follows. DK Wabo and Associates, 91 votes. JM Associates, 79 votes. So with that, we have DK Wabo and Associates to be the auditors for the year 2024. Thank you, members. So we can go to the next agenda through the chair, amendment of bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Mwangi, for that session. Let's appreciate Mr. Mwangi. Okay, members, we are now moving to the next agenda, which is amendment of bylaws. Amendment of bylaws, this had been discussed, so allow me to read it out. The following amendments are proposed for members' adoption. Limit the office tenure of members of the Board of Directors and members of the Supervisory Committee by amending the Sacco bylaws section 15.4 and 23.1. So 15.4 was reading as such: term of office of members of Board of Directors. Members of the Board of Directors shall hold office for a period of 3 years, provided that 1/3 of the members' Board of Directors shall retire every year but may be eligible for re-election. To be amended to read 15.4, term of office of members of Board of Directors. Members of the Board of Directors shall hold office for a period of 3 years, that is in bold, provided that 1/3 of the members of the board shall retire every year, but may be eligible for re-election subject to a maximum of 2 terms. Then I move, because I'll just read all of them. I'll read all of them. Then 23.1, establishment of supervisory committee. The Sacco Society shall have a supervisory committee consisting of 3 members, each elected at the general meeting for a period of 3 years, and 1 member of the supervisory shall retire annually. To be amended to read as follows. Establishment of supervisory committee. The Sacco Society shall have a supervisory committee consisting of 3 members, each elected at the general meeting for a period of 3 years, and one member of the Supervisory Committee shall retire annually but may be eligible for re-election subject to a maximum of 2 terms. So note the word subject to a maximum of 2 terms. Then part B, set higher minimum shareholding to be elected as members of the board and members of supervisory by amending bylaws. Now section 15.2A. Now this is another one. There's something else we have introduced here which will now apply to board members in terms of their shareholding. Because they take responsibility, it comes with accountability. So we are also proposing that. So this reads, no person shall be, 15.2 is eligibility for membership of the board of directors. Eligibility for membership to the board of directors. No person shall be eligible as a member of the board if he or she, A, has not been a member of the Sacco for at least 1 year prior to the AGM. That is what was there before. And it will read, no person shall be eligible as a member of the board if she or she, part A, has not been a member of the Sacco for at least 1 year prior to the AGM and does not hold at least 500 shares of Kenya shillings 100 each or such other sums as may be fixed by the general meeting from time to time. Those are the changes we are recommending to raise the threshold for board members and also to set a term limit for board members. James, you want to say something? You're okay. This one you don't. Members, that's the proposal.
So thank you, Chair, for that presentation. And more of these amendments are relating to the governance of your society. And so if members are okay with those amendments, we can be able to approve them. If you're okay, members, by getting a proposal at a seconder? Yes.
My name is Hudson Alubisia, member number 6084. Just a clarification, are you referring to shares or deposits?
It is share capital, which because one share is at 100 shillings, the consideration is 500 shares, each worth 100, totaling to 50,000 in terms of share capital. Okay. Do you have any other clarification? Then we can get a proposal at the seconder for the amendments.
Okay. My name is Daniel Ochola, member number 4244. I wanted just to get a clarification as in part of indemnity. Is it 500 still the way it was before, or has it been increased? Because to my suggestion, it's supposed to be up a little bit.
For the share capital?
No. As in the part of indemnity, as in the amount that they are supposed to have when vying for the board to the Sacco.
Okay, on the indemnity, that is part of the resolutions which will be considered after we are through the amendment of bylaws at the resolution stage. Okay, so can we get a proposal at the seconder? Yes.
Hello, I think you're not looking this side.
Yes.
My name is Abraham Rugo, member number 4232. First, I want to say I think those recommendations, those proposals are in order and the reasons given thereof. Therefore, I propose that we adopt them.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Yes?
Mimi jina ni Tobias Lori. Namba yangu nafikiri Lucy atasema. Na sababu niko na kadi mbili. Kadi ya Dagoretti na kadi ya Keleleshwa. So I'm not wrong. Yeye atajua ataambia nyinyi. Ujue mimi nilianza kabla bado. So nina jambo ya kuuliza. Hiyo pesa ni kidogo kwa mtu kuja kuchunga pale. Hii ni pesa na watu wa Kenya wana akili dakika 15. So mimi na propose ndio mtu awe akae pale. Sababu pia allowance tunawapa. Paka awe kama ni kidogo ni 500,000.
It is the share capital.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe for the members.
Kila share ni 100. Share haiwezi kuwa ndogo. Paka awe na pesa. Ndiye achunge pesa ya watu.
Okay, members, the share capital is the one that is at 50,000 and the deposits at 500,000, which is tied with the indemnity. That is why the indemnity, mnaona pia the consideration of 500,000. Then members, we also need to ensure that we keep on increasing that amount with the time to ensure that we don't lock out so many members, so that if you give a higher figure at once, we may be having a small number of members who qualifies. So that is why the amount is increased or after every 2 years or 3 years, depending on the growth of the society. Yes, deposits of 500,000 and the share capital of 50,000 for those who want to be leaders of your society.
Hapo nitasema yes.
So members, are we okay with the deposits and the share capital? Yes. 500 in deposits and 50,000 share capital. Yes. So we were to get a seconder for the amendments. I'm a second. Yes. Sawa. Okay, so thank you members.
So I'm now going to the other list. Yeah, please. That's even better.
Okay, members, let's go to the other resolutions. From resolution number 1, as per the audit report that was presented, that members approve the payment of interest on deposit on weighted average at a rate of 7.5, amounting to 116.6 million. So payment of interest on deposit, we need a proposer and a seconder. Kama munataka members mulipwe.
George Osir, member number 4973, I strongly propose.
Seconder.
Felix Misigo, member number 5025, I second.
So proposer number yako haikupatikana vizuri?
4973.
Okay. So thank you. Number 2, payment of dividend on share capital at a rate of 13%, amounting to 15.5 million. And the chair had the consideration that through the chair, that the board considers the capitalization of dividend to ensure that based on the letter that was read to you from SASRA, that the capitalization needs to have something to be done. And that is why the need that the board have recommended capitalization of the dividend. So if members, you are okay with that recommendation, we can get a proposer and a seconder. Nasikia no. Okay? So members, maybe just an addition. As you make the decision, the strategy that the board have considered, it's based on the capitalization of your society, and sometimes SASRA can require that we have a reduction in terms of whatever members are getting on interest on deposit and the dividend, if the society is not able to achieve that requirement. So that is why the board have recommended that, so that maybe come next year, you'll have improved. So munataka aje? Mulipwe? So watu walipwe sasa, next year sasa ikiamua kupunguza ni sawa? Because before the audit is approved, SASRA have a say in terms of what members are getting, because if the ratios are not achieved, it can require a reduction of what you'll be able to get. So to ensure that next year is not affected, that is why that recommendation was given, but you want to face the consequences next year. Chair, maybe you can say something.
Members, I know you need the money. I also need money. I'm also a member of this Sacco. However, I know it is money out the box. Now, members, the challenge we have is there is a condition attached to this 7.5% by the regulator. We can listen to you. However, this may affect some of the future decisions by SASRA. And with capitalization, the money is not going anywhere. It is still your money. Okay. Anyone who want to comment? Not for, but against. Because we have listened to you that you want the money. Anyone who want to say something slightly different?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I think as you have heard the members, and as you call us to come for an AGM, we agree what members want, right? So I'll say this, let us have a discussion. It's not too late, because members have already decided in their mind, psychologically, you cannot, and please do not, please give them whatever they want, and let us have a discussion on how we are going to increase the capital that you want. We are ready to give the money.
We hear you. I thought you're saying something different. You're saying the same thing, Bwana. Tumewapea. Lakini msiseme watu wanatoka kwa Sacco next year. When you are back here. Huh? Now, there are two other comments that I would want to listen to. I see the gentleman here and the lady at the back. Kindly, let's start from the back.
Yes, I think it's not clear about the, what did you say? Is it the capital
capitalization
share or the deposit? That is where I think most of the confusion is coming about. Can it be clear that you're talking about the capital or the deposit?
Okay. Okay, give the lady at the back, and then we come to the gentleman.
I think I want to echo what she said. We need to understand what it is that we are being asked to capitalize. It is that 30,000 ile tunaongeza sasa, hii mwaka tutaiongeza ikuwe 35, 2025 tuiongeza ikuwe 40. Hiyo whatever you want to call it, I think terms zinatuchanganya pia. Dividends versus interest tunachanganyikiwa. Hiyo ndio tunaambiwa. And if we work 7.5% of it, I think it's about 2,000 and something. Hiyo ndio tunaulizwa if it can be capitalized or whatever it is. But then, ile monthly, let me finish, members. Ile monthly tunatoa, and I think that's where we have the 13%. Hiyo tunaambiwa tupeane. I think we need to understand that part. Yes. Hapo tu ndio tutaelewa, alafu tuseme yes tukijua, ama tuseme no kijua nini tunasema.
Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon once again. I know people are charged up and people want money. Nobody doesn't want money. So we've brought this Sacco from far. And we are going far. And we are going places. Some of the Saccos currently, wako na kitu tunaita FOSA. How many know about FOSA? FOSA, if you want to avoid these issues about what my sister was saying, about delays in 1%, sijui board hapatikani. So there are things that we need to do for us to attain that FOSA status. And I don't want us to be emotional about what the board is telling us to do. I want us to be visionary in terms of where we want this Sacco to be in the next 5 years, or in the next 3 years, or in the next whatever years. Some of us were investing on this Sacco for the sake of our generation. And I would be very happy if we attain that FOSA status. And one thing about the regulation, for us to be a FOSA, there's the bare minimum that we have to have. And we have reached that point where we are a billionaire Sacco. So things have to be done differently. And there are some ratios that SASRA demands us as a Sacco to attain. So what am I going with this? So one of the issues of raising that amount that we need to have for you to be a FOSA is one of the strategies that the board is putting in front of us, that we need to retain that interest so that we don't go out of cash. So, and that is what they are saying, instead to pay dividend on that share capital, we reinvest it back to the Sacco. That money is not going anywhere. It is still your money. And it's okay, don't be emotional about it. That's what I said. It is my opinion. It is my opinion. And listen.
It's okay, members. Wacha amalize.
Si wacha niongee nimalize. Wacha nimalize. So we were here some few years back, and we were dealing with an issue similar to this, but it was not about capitalization. And we made a decision based on emotions. And that decision is biting us to date. And that decision was about the 145 million mumesikia ikitajwa hapa. So members, I know we want money, and I'm imploring you, I'm begging you, tafadhali.
Thank you. Okay, let's have order, please. Let's have order. Now, for the very last time, I want the CEO to just say something and then we move on. James?
Okay, thank you, Chair. First is to clarify, we have deposits and we have share capital. The share capital is what we said every member by next year should have a minimum of 40,000. Last year, and every member should have a minimum of 30, and this year, a minimum of 35,000. Now, share capital earns what we call dividend. And we've declared dividend of 13%. If you have 30, it's 13% of 30. If you have 35, whatever figure you have, it's the 13% of that figure. That is the proposal before the members, that we consider approving that rate and capitalize it. We have the deposits, the ones you save on a monthly basis. You use it as a multiplier to access your loan facility. That figure has earned a rate of 7.5%. Last year it was 7%, and the previous year 6.2%. So there has been a steady growth. The 7.5% has been proposed to be paid to members. We are not capitalizing any single shilling out of the 7.5% interest declared on the deposits. So the proposal is on the share capital. And I had explained earlier, when we took the accounts for registration with the regulator raised concerns about our compliance. And we've made it clear to members, even last year, we explained to members, we are not fully compliant. We cannot lie that we are fully compliant. And we've made it very clear in the financial statements. This is where we are. The ratio that we are supposed to comply with is this ratio, and this is where we are. Where we are non-compliant, we've clearly indicated we are non-compliant. And when the regulator asked the steps we are going to make to ensure we are complying as fast as possible, one of the steps we made, committed in writing to the regulator, was that we will explain to our members and convince them to capitalize the dividend on share capital. That formed one of the reasons the regulator finally approved all the proposals we had put forth in the financial statements, including the 7.5 interest rebates and the 13% share capital, dividend on share capital. I had explained earlier that there are certain amounts of loans when a member applies, we have to take it to SASRA for approval, which takes some reasonable time, delaying the member and even the plans that the member has. And we've been taking a number of loans to SASRA, and SASRA told us, we are not part of your approval process. We've converted SASRA to be part of our credit process. And they have told us, please comply internally to the extent that you minimize the number of loans you are bringing to the regulator for approval. And we've committed to the regulator that we are going to speed up the process of increasing our core capital. Core capital comprises two components, retained earnings and share capital. So you have options as an institution, as a Sacco. One option is to increase the share capital by capitalizing the dividend on share capital. The other option is transferring more reserves, retained earnings, into the core capital. And if you transfer more reserves, it means paying a lower interest rebate. So that would have meant paying a lower rate so that we transfer more reserves to the core capital. So when the core capital is higher, it enables the Sacco to process higher amounts of loans without a higher figure, without taking the loan to be approved by the regulator. So there are two reasons why this resolution is before members. One is to make the Sacco more stable by having a higher capital base. And number two is to minimize the number of loans we are taking to the regulator for approval before the final processes are finalized.
So I believe that is enough information. So with that, members, are we in agreement with the recommendations from the board? Okay. So those who are in argument, maybe we can get a proposal and a seconder so that we can make a decision. I believe they still have given more information on why we need to capitalize, and maybe just an addition in relation to the core capital issues. Remember, 8% of the total assets, which is the requirement, is a moving target. Today, you are at 8%. You are at that requirement. If you are above the 8%, we would be sure that come the audit of 2024 will be okay. But now that you are at 8%, which is the requirement, it therefore means the society needs to add more share capital so that the 8% of the total assets of the year 2024 will still be okay. Being at 8% as at now, that is why the need to still do the capitalization or maybe do more reserves to ensure that come the audit of 2024, for SASRA to approve your audit, they will be able to check, are you compliant on these ratios? So that if you are not compliant, then they can have the option of telling the society, the interest on deposit you are paying should be reduced, the dividend should be reduced due to that non-compliance. So to ensure that you are not at that position, that is why the board's recommendation that if that capitalization can be done this year so that the effect cannot be felt come the audit of 2024. So with that information, do you have a proposal for the recommendation from the board to capitalize? Let's have a proposal. Yes, we have. Let's get.
Okay, good afternoon. Mine is not a proposal, but a request.
Sauti?
Mine is not a proposal, but a request. Kuna watu tumewaika kando. Naona wakiteta, but hakuna mtu anawapea chance ya kuongea. Our brothers and sisters may be abled differently.
Okay. So do you have a proposal?
Jambo members. For purposes of continuity of the Sacco and how it aturamba next year, I strongly propose. My name is Doreen Moturi, FA 5433.
Seconder.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Edward Guaro, member number 1038. I second.
Meshika maji. Okay, I hope the sign interpreter ako sawa. So are we okay with that? Okay. So I can hear no.
Joseph Baraza says, thank you very much for the opportunity, and for that one, the member who's brought up the issue of us commenting, I'd just like to mention that from the time we've sat here up to until now, we have observed that yes, it is clear that persons with disability, especially the deaf, are usually ignored. So it is very clear. Because usually go too fast for us to be able now to follow you in terms of even contributing to ideas. And that's why most of the time you have to go back and you have to relate so that we can be at the same par with you. I'd just like to mention that what the members have said and what we have picked from the crowd is that please sit down as a board. What has been discussed, you can be able to share with us during your educational trainings so that we can understand clearly. I do know that maybe probably members are stressed or have a lot of issues that they have to deal with. So whatever they are proposing, kindly put it into consideration and work with that instead of going round and round in circles. And some of us live very far.
Okay, I think
let me apologize on that. Yeah, thank you very much for that. On behalf of the board, I want to sincerely apologize for that not have happened, to that could have happened. We have noted and we'll do better next time. Thank you.
Okay, for that capitalization, you have a proposer and a seconder. My question was whether we are okay with that. We have those who are still not okay. So do you have a proposer and a seconder for the payment? So that members can be able to make the decision. Those who want that dividend should be paid instead of the capitalization.
I'm still Brian Anami, and I have a number of clarifications as far as this point is concerned, and that is very clear from the members here. Is it a must that the capitalization should come from the dividends? Were there no other avenues that could have been considered from? So on that note, I propose that members get dividends, but for this time, not capitalization. We can consider that after a number of various education and sensitization around that area. So that's my point, and I propose in that direction.
Do you have a seconder? A seconder so that we can vote.
Okay, my name is Moses Kamau. What I could like to tell the board that there is something you're not explaining clearly to the members. You say that next week on Thursday you're going to pay dividends for the share capital and for the deposit. And then you're telling that you're going to capitalize the money. You're not being clear to what the percentage you want to capitalize and what the percentage you want to pay. Yes, I second what my father has said there.
Sawa. So members, let's make the decision by way of voting. Either we go as per the capitalization of the recommendation of the board or cash. So Gladys, I hope those who are upstairs, waliteremuka. Sawa sawa.
Okay, I think there's confusion of interest on deposits and dividends. Ile 30,000 uko nayo saa hii, mnaelewa? The 30,000 yenye uko nayo sasa hivi kwa share capital, we will calculate the 13% of the 30,000. That is 3,900 thereabout. Kuna taxed, lazima tulipe ya Kaisari, sio? So let's say for example 3,500. Hiyo ndio tunasema irudi kwa shares, share capital yako bado ita increase. Kama uko na 30 itakuwa 33,500. Alafu naongeza 1,500. Ile interest on your deposit, the deposit you have 100, 200, 3,000 or 2 million there. Hiyo ndio tu inaanza kulipwa on Thursday. Mnaelewa? So what we are requesting, this 3,500 usilipwe, irudi kwa account yako, endi kwa shares zako, sawa? So it will be, you will be having 33,500 for example, then where you just top up the 1,000 so that at the end of this year you should have 35. Tumeelewa? Asante sana.
Sawa sawa, let's do the voting. Because you already had a proposal, the second, to vote tumalize. Those who are for capitalization, wacha tuhesabu. Those who are voting for capitalization,
around 800,000. Mama, hiyo deposit is so hard. Maybe kunayo.
wanataka kulipwa payment, tunataka kula zao. The second option for payment, hata kama ni wawili, it's the right. Thank you. Sekoda.
Hudson Alobisia, member number FS 6084, I second.
Thank you. Number 4 is on the maximum borrowing powers of 100 million Kenya shillings, the maximum limit that the society can be able to borrow externally, 100 million. I believe it's the same. We are retaining 100 million. We get a proposer and a seconder. Huko nyuma.
My name is Asienwa, number 2774. I propose.
Seconder.
Boniface Chaberia, I second.
Boniface, I'm a second.
Or 6068.
Thank you. Number 5 is to retain the indemnity equal to the the minimum deposit for the leadership of the society at an amount of 500,000. A proposer.
I would like, okay, my name is Phyllis Awimbo, member number 3946. I would like to propose, but just allow me to go back there. There are some people who bought shares from people who had left the Sacco and increased their limit to over 40,000. So you're not addressing that category of people, me being one of them. So if you capitalize again the amount that I have to that money. So I think you need to address again that category of people. Thank you.
So you have proposed for the indemnity?
Lawrence Ochieng, number 5187, I second.
So I hope the lady have proposed for the indemnity other than the concern. That was the position. Okay, so we have a proposal, a seconder for the indemnity of 500,000. So, okay, thank you. I hope the issue that the lady have raised is in terms of those who bought shares from other members. The consideration is the minimum share capital to be raised. It is from the 30 to 40 within a period of time. It is not that becomes the maximum. So if you bought shares from others, you can still buy more shares from others. Minimum should be the 40,000, but you can have as many shares as possible, considering that the board are being considered to have 50,000. So it therefore means you'll be able to earn more dividends. So even if you bought from other members, it's okay that the capitalization is done and you have more shares than others and therefore earn more dividends. So for the next resolution, in terms of the Sacco Central, let the CEO give some information before members approve. CEO.
Okay, thank you. Before the chair presents the resolution on the joining of the Sacco Central, Sacco Central is the short name for Kenya Saccos, Central Liquidity and Shared Services Cooperative Society Limited. It's a cooperative society that was registered in the year 2022, and the main reason as to why it came up was to address some of the challenges that the SACCOs are facing within the movement. One of the challenges is the liquidity challenge. We have some SACCOs that have excess liquidity. The loan demand is far much lower than the cash that they have. They have excess liquidity, which they would otherwise have loaned to other SACCOs, but because there's no regulatory framework within which they can do that, so they can only leave the money with the bank and maybe earn some interest on it on fixed deposit, which is normally less than the market rate. Now, we also have SACCOs within the cooperative movement which have cash deficits. So one of the reasons as to why SACCOs came together and found it necessary to have an institution within which that can be handled is to help SACCOs in addressing their liquidity challenges by allowing inter-SACCO borrowing. Now you can only borrow direct from another SACCO if you are a member of the Sacco Central. The regulations are still at the development stage, being finalized on how that will be handled. The process you'll be going through, approval by the regulator, and all that it takes to now have the process finalized. You can only become a member of Sacco Central if you are regulated by SASRA. If you are not regulated by SASRA, you are not permitted to be a member of Sacco Central. The second reason as to why SACCOs found it necessary to have this vehicle through which they can help one another is the shared services. Currently, they are working on how we can have an ICT platform which can serve as many SACCOs as possible. You only pay and utilize the services of that ICT platform. And moving forward, there'll be other shared services, including internal audit, including the HR services, where we have centralized services, but the SACCO can subscribe to enjoy those services at a reduced cost. We are all aware, currently, if you want a check for Finnlemm Sacco, it has to either be a cooperative bank check or an ABSA check. It has to be a check by a bank where we have a bank account. Moving forward, SACCOs are desirous of having their own checks and also participating in the clearing house. As it stands, no SACCO participates in the clearing process in the clearing house, but once that is implemented, we will be able to participate directly the way banks participate in the clearing house. So therefore, this proposal is before members because it's a requirement. We cannot join another institution without the AGM approving that we join another institution. Three main benefits that we'll get. One is the shared ICT platform. Number two, it will have created a medium for shared liquidity management so that when we have shortage of cash, once the regulations are in place, we can quickly reach out to another SACCO and we get a facility. Like banks have overnight lending. If they have less liquidity today, they can borrow from another bank and sort out their temporal liquidity challenge, which doesn't happen in the cooperative movement. And finally, participating in the national payment system, the clearing house. Now, there's a cost implication to this, which members need to be aware. For you to join Sacco Central, there is the joining fee, and then we have a share capital, which we have to buy in that, we have to buy share capital in that other Sacco, and it's 0.01% of the Sacco asset base. So the reference point is the audited accounts of the year 2022. We had an asset base of 2,033,065,563. So for us to join Sacco Central, we are supposed to pay 203,307 as minimum share capital as Finnlemm Sacco being a member of that shared service, and we are required to pay 50,000 as entrance fee for us to apply to join Sacco Central. So we had briefed members. We had an annual member education meeting on 29th of July last year, and we informed members that this is the desire of the board, and we notified members that the matter will come before them during the AGM, which is now before the members to make a decision to join Sacco Central. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you, CEO, for that information. Cooperatives are still growing. The cooperative movement is still growing. And this is one of the systems that cooperatives need to cooperate with other cooperative societies in terms of sharing those services, the same way banks do the same. That is what is being introduced in the cooperative movement, so that members can be able to, societies can be able to assist one another in terms of what you have in excess. Others can be able to benefit by sharing through that platform. So with that information, members, if you're okay with that, because it needs the approval of the members in an AGM, we can be able to get a proposal and a seconder. Are we okay with that? We get a proposal? Pale nyuma.
Edwin Kariuki, member number 1177, I propose.
Seconder.
Samuel Masharia, FA 1959, I second but I had only one concern from our CEO. Will this central where we are joining, is it the same like the one Commissioner of Cooperative was telling us today about the irregularities? If we Finnlemm, we borrow a certain Sacco money, is there a limit that we are going to allow that we cannot borrow all our money? And at the same time, if that Sacco we have borrowed the overnight money, is there a regulation that will protect us from losing our money like it has happened in the past? Because you cannot compare the banks. They are strictly regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya, and they are always immediately kicked out if one of them refuses to pay, and immediately that bank is put under supervision by the Central Bank Deposit Protection Fund. Is there any mechanism that protects Finnlemm that once we read the money to the other Sacco, like in Central Bank, there is a Central Bank Depository Fund which protects the common man up to 500,000, or you are in the process of regulating? It was only a concern, but I support.
Yeah, it is similar to what commercial banks do through the central bank. Remember, the central bank is the regulator for commercial banks, and here SASRA, which is the regulator, is more so in charge of that Sacco Central. It's part of that Sacco Central. Actually, it is SASRA which have actually, through SASRA, that platform is being considered, so that now the way commercial banks are done by the central bank, the same will happen to the cooperatives, so that we can be able to ensure that we are all at the same level through that authority. So with that, we can be able to go to the last resolution, which is on the approval of the write-off amounting to 5 million. I think we can be able to have more information on the same. Okay. Let's get the more information on that last resolution.
Yeah, good afternoon, members, once again. Somebody had asked a question about the write-offs, and we had explained earlier, and this is the time to make that decision. The write-offs that are being made are for people that already deceased, the people that the insurance could not be able to take care of. So in this regard, the Sacco has no option other than to place that amount on a write-off, basically hitting our funds, but on the other hand, making it, giving us an opportunity to be able to expand the resources that are available to you. Otherwise, the portfolio at risk would itself be at risk, and therefore, which means that what is allowable to you then is limited. And therefore, I want to request members give us an opportunity to be able to write off these amounts, and therefore, and of course, clear some of those old loans. And as the chair had said earlier, some of these are loans that were taken more than 20 years ago. Many of us were not members of the Sacco, but it means that we have to continue and make our processes better. Thank you. Any clarification?
Yeah, my name is Bizo Biaba.
Yes.
Number FA6695. I'd like to ask for a clarification on what are the negative effects of that decision and what are the advantage of that decision to the Sacco. Thank you.
Okay. In 20 seconds, we still indicate that our loan book is 1.6 billion. So which means that some of the money that is in that loan book that we are saying that it's a good loan book is actually not correct, because then some of it is completely not recoverable. Once you're able to remove that from our books, then we're able to give you a clear picture of what is the actual loan book. Number two, part of the PAR that the chair and part of the board members have been talking about, there is the 6% which is uncollectible and which we have to keep providing for, is composed of these loans that we are trying to segregate from the rest of the good loans. So which means that we are able to remove the amounts that are completely uncollectible and be able to have clear records that show this is what we actually have as the correct loan book. There are many other implications. For example, we have to keep reporting some of these figures, which of course in itself is not correct, and therefore that's why we present this proposal to the members to be able to allow us to write it off. Okay.
I had a question, a last question. Okay. I was proposing, can we take up group credit life?
Come again, sorry?
I was proposing, can we take up group credit life to ensure
We
the
can
loans?
take a credit line?
Yeah, credit life policy to ensure the loans for the members who pass on.
Now, I think we had one of the comments that was raised earlier was why are we not able to insure some of these loans? If you look at the market currently, you can really not insure against default. So if somebody defaults and God forbid they pass on, even if they are defaulted for a month, the insurance will come back and tell you that this loan was on default and therefore it is not payable. So of course, there are too many other implications around there. We want to, as much as possible to ensure that we avoid default. But on the other hand, if it so happens and God forbid somebody passes on, then that loan becomes completely unrecoverable. No insurance company will be able to give you a cover or a policy to be able to cover for such kind of eventualities. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For the insurance, it's only for death or permanent disability. No insurance which I've ever filed for the default, because it may be too expensive if it comes to the market. However, that is why loans have to be secured. But if something happens and it's not recoverable, that is why the board needs to bring it to the AGM for write-off so that you can be able to clean the book, so that you can have the actual assets that the society owns. So with that information, can we get a proposal and a seconder?
Owaka Javan, FA 5445, I propose.
Seconder?
My name is Joy Katunge, FA 4948, I second.
Thank you, members. Those are the resolutions that were to be presented today and have been considered by the AGM. So, Chair, we go to the next agenda, which I believe... Okay, thank you, Chair. We are on the last agenda of elections, and I believe we have that agenda of elections before the AUB, so it's not the last, but we are almost at the tail end of this AGM through the requirements of the Cooperative Societies Act and the rules that every other of the board members do retire, but they are eligible for re-election, and therefore the term of office being 3 years. If the 3 years comes to an end, members need to come to the AGM, either they are re-elected or members decide on electing others. However, your society have an elections policy that have a committee known as the nomination committee, whereby those who wish to be elected, they have to apply, they have to be vetted, and the committee presents the cleared candidates for members to make a decision on who will be able to join the board. And therefore this year, starting with the board, we have the board members who are retiring. Though the law provides they are eligible for re-election, and therefore the three in the board, we have number 1, Frederick Okello. Naza simama. Number 2, we have George Lugu. And number 3, we have Lecho Godo. So the 3 board members are retiring today, and the law provides they are eligible for re-election. However, the chair gave us information about Lecho willing to give way, and therefore I will declare the 3 positions vacant. You can take your seats, so that now we have 3 positions which are vacant in the board of directors. For the supervisory committee, we have the member who is retiring. That is Elizabeth Achieng-Wele. However, we were informed she was not able to be here. So, in the supervisory committee, Elizabeth Wele was retiring, and therefore we also declared the position vacant. Therefore, with that, the nomination committee was able to receive applications from different members, and therefore today we are presenting to you those who are cleared to vie for the 3 positions in the board and 1 in the supervisory committee. So we have 8 members who are able to be cleared for the 3 positions in the board, and 2 members who are cleared for the 1 position in the supervisory committee. I will start with the board, so that once your name is called, you can be able now to come in front. Number 1, we have Frederick Okello. Number 2, we have George Rugu. Number 3, we have Joy Katunge Madheka. Frederick, so that we can create space for the others. Number 4, we have Martha Kendi. Number 5, we have Evelyn Gandani. Evelyn. Number 6, we have Doreen Nyakerario Moturi. Okay. Number 7, you have Pamela Bateta. Pamela Bateta. And number 8, we have Justin Nyagechanga. Wafuatane hivyo. So those are the 8 applicants who are clear to vie for the 3 positions in the board. I believe they are all here. See, they are there, the 8 of them. So members, their profiles were shared sometimes back through the office of the CEO. However, each needs to be a candidate. But at the application point, there was a requirement that each needs to get a proposer and a seconder, and therefore, as per the application form with the proposer and seconder who are able to propose and second them, we will take them as they were, so that we don't then get another set of proposer and seconder, so that we can confirm that each have a proposer and a seconder. It is in record. So we'll consider them as proposed and seconded. So that now, because their profiles were shared, we'll only give them just a minute kusema jina, so that you can be able to make a decision. Out of the 8, tunataka wagapi? Watatu. Therefore, you'll only vote 3 times. Your best 3. Ukivotia more than 3, it means you are not doing good to the society. You are not making the decision, because you want to get the best out of the 8. However, they are all leaders, but whom can you make a decision to be your leader today? So with that, the mic tuanza pande hii.
Hello. Our presiding officer, before you continue, I wanted to clarification because we have a tradition in the Finnlemm, people coming from the same organization cannot be both. I remember last time we had people from GIZ, some had to step down so that we have one. Because these Finnlemm have so many organizations, so having people from the same organization, it is not our tradition. So if the tradition has been broken, well and good, but from there we can see we have people from the same organization, and it has been our tradition, because we are so many, one, you step down for the other. And I remember our judge from GIZ, the one who was with him, he stepped it down. So it's not harm, but if it has changed, we are ready to go on. But it has been our tradition that not one organization dominates our Sacco with all their members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, member, for the concern that there is that consideration that members of the same organization, we should not have more than one. That is a consideration. However, for the 8, we have an organization, MSF. Maybe we may not, maybe unless they give us information, whether they are still in those organizations for that consideration, because at the application stage, we may not be able to disqualify any, because it will mean we are doing the elections on behalf of members. So we have 2 from MSF. Maybe they can clarify whether they are still there. That is Frederick Okello and Justin Yagechanga. I'm informed they are in one organization. Maybe they can confirm. From Frederick, from Justin, that's the position. So in that case,
yeah, good afternoon, members. We still hold the traditions in terms of elections, which is also good, but sometimes they lead us into vengeance. I want to make it clear that MSF MSF as an organization has so many countries represented here. So that it does not mean whether you are coming from GIZ and GIZ is from Germany. It is only that it is only one organization. No. MSF, we have Belgium, we have France, we have Spain, we have Holland, we have Germany, we have Sweden. So if we keep on calling MSF from one, no, please. It will sometimes make us not to have good candidates to manage, because these people are coming from different MSFs. So let us not put a ban on these guys while they are qualified, please. Let's consider that.
okay, members, remember the 2 are in the same organization. However much the provisions in your policies and the bylaws that no more than one should be from the same organization, the nomination committee may not, cannot make the decision on who between the 2. That is why we are presenting the 8 of them, including the 2, so that members can make a decision, so that in case, because we want 3, suppose number 1, number 2, and 3, within the 3, the 2 of them are there. The consideration will be the best between the 2. That is the only way we can be able, members can be able to make a decision. Because we cannot be able to consider the 2 to join the board, which will be against the provisions of your requirements. So let it be known that if the 2 are amongst the best 3, then it will therefore mean it's only one who can be able to join, and therefore leave one out. So the nomination committee would not have decided ni Frederick ama ni Justin. Because it would have meant we are voting on behalf of members. So with that, si tuwapatie dakika moja moja tumalizie.
Nina neno yangu ni ya kwamba ni wageni ndio ni member, lakini tungependa tujue hao ni wakina nani, wanatoka wapi, wanaenda wapi.
Si ndio tunawapatia dakika moja kuongea.
Sema dakika moja waseme jina. Nataka wajieleze kila wakati tunafanya
The profiles were presented, so the assumption is that the profiles, because they were presented, tukiwapatia mtu kusema dakika 10, it will mean like more than an hour. But the profiles were presented, so we are giving them the shortest time possible for them to explain themselves. So tuanze na Frederick.
Okay, good afternoon, members. My name is Frederick Okelo Akongo. I've been serving in the board, and I'm here seeking re-election and to be able to serve you as members. I am ready to support each and every member, being that I have good knowledge in the Sacco management so far, and also in my training in terms of having a master's in development finance, and also a certified public accountant. I'm able to mince the figures. Uliona hiyo 3,900 ilikuwa shida. Yeah, so I am here to support you and to serve you to the best of my ability. My mantra is service to humanity is service. And I know that you are images of God, as I am serving God's people. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is George Rugu, and I am glad to be here and glad to see all of you. At least you have remained and stayed this far. And thank you so much for doing that. I have been a board member for 1 term. I'm seeking re-election for a 2nd term. And as we have passed the resolution today, of course that will be my last term if I am elected. I have served you well during that term, and as you have heard, some of the issues that really were a bottleneck for us, the FDC, in the Riyadh land, I really worked hard to ensure that we are able to come back on our feet. So I seek your support, and good to see you after this. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Joy Katunge Mateka. Joy Katunge. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I am the legal lens that you need to read through the laws, to read through the regulations, to be able to mince the laws the way he did the numbers. So give me your vote, and I'll assure you that you'll be safe legally. Asanteni.
Our leadership and fellow members, good afternoon. My name is Martha Kendi. I've been a member for the last 10 years at the Sacco. Kindly appealing to you to give me your votes. I have a background in international relations and business management. I run 2 companies at the industry area which are very successful. I've shared that in my bio. So I'm kindly appealing to you to vote for me today. We're here to take Finnlemm to the next level. So I guarantee and I promise I'm going to serve you with the best ability that I can. Thank you.
Habari zenu nyote. Kwa majina naitwa Evelyn Zame Gandani. Kilifi County is where I come from. I've been in Nairobi since when I came for campus in 2002. I've been a member of Finnlemm Sacco since 2011. I've done MBA and BCom accounting is my background. At the moment I work with Danish Refugee Council as the head of support services, basically a chief operations officer based in Nairobi. I've been a member, I said, since 2011. I have been a beneficiary not only for a home loan, but also somebody said when we were having the meeting that we restructured our loans because of having been working in the NGO sector, which has been my forte for the last over 20 years. Today, I'm here to represent the normal Mwananchi, those who have transitions with no jobs, those who are propelling, to retirement, like Madam Ngondo, and the rest of us who are still in employment, because there are so many products that we need to come up with. One of them, I think, yes, is to tap into the Generation Z, but the other is to have networking portfolios. I'm a member of BNI, those of us who know that, Business Network International, and we give each other businesses. So for those of us who are retiring or out of jobs, why don't we come up with products that we can have networking groups that are registered and then still being members, tap into the portfolio of funding that we have at Finnlemm. So today I'm requesting all of you to vote for me for freshness, transparency, accountability, and of course being a brand member of Finnlemm Sacco. Thank you.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Doreen Naomi Nyakirario. Kwetu ni Kisii County kwa Matoke. Mbarambara sio wetu, tumemdizone. Yeah, I'm a mother of 3 girls, aged 25, 20, and 19. I'm bringing on board experience. Formerly, I was at Cooperative Bank. I worked in the Sacco, and I worked for the board members. I am bringing knowledge in terms of propagating Gen Z. We want Gen Z to come to the Sacco. I am planning to come up with new products that will attract the young people. Kwa nini wanapiga sherehe kila weekend na wanazileta hiyo pesa yao kwa Sacco? I will start by recruiting my daughters first, and I hope more of you can recruit your younger generation. Hii Sacco iko na future. This is our Sacco. Let's build it. Thank you. Kindly vote for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pamela Bateta. I'm a HR by profession. I've been a member of Finnlemm for the last 19 years. I've seen this Sacco grow. I've seen us struggle in some areas. And today, I'm so privileged to be before you to ask you for your votes. I'm bringing in that HR gist in the Sacco and at Finnlemm. And I'm looking forward that our Sacco, we are going to grow together. One thing I'm passionate about is just ensuring that we have a collaborative leadership, we are accountable, and we are transparent. And I'm here to support even the members, wherever you need any HR support. As a member of the board, I'll ensure that even those shortcomings we have in recruitment, in retention, we work with them at a very strategic level, and we are able to resolve members and even staff issues in real time. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for your votes for me to be one of their board members. Asanteni.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Justin Mecha Nyagechanga. I'm a supply chain specialist, having experience of over 29 years in different companies that I've worked for. And I offer my service, experience, and most importantly, and I really acknowledge what the chief guest spoke. If the IT team could put something on the screen, you could see that my main agenda that I want to bring to this board is change. Change to bring more returns to you members. Listening to each one of you, there has been a lot of challenge, and even what we were just discussing that has taken a lot of time is what you get at the end of the day. What is the income? What is the takeaway home? I'm coming in to make sure that this is what is supposed to be for you. You need good returns to your deposit, to your investment. This will not come if there is no transparency. There will be no integrity in the process. Now, my priorities, given the opportunity by you, is to make sure that all the pending issues, including myself that has been affected greatly in one of those, is to make sure that all the pending title deeds for the members has been sorted out. All the asset issues that are pending, I would want really to have them sorted. In terms of communication, we need to work to improve communication. understanding why a member is going out? Do we have a platform to listen to them? Do we take the time to convince them to understand what are the challenges and try to retain them? And if not, can we have a mechanism of processing and giving them their returns so that they can manage and do whatever they want? So lastly, I want to introduce, given the opportunity, what we call CARE. CARE is collaboration, agility, referring, and empathetic. We need to refill. We need to feel the members. We need to listen to them. We need to create a platform for them to listen to us and to understand what they come. Members are different. How do we deal with them? How do we manage their requests? So thank you for giving us this opportunity to listen to you. We have a lot to offer if we are given that opportunity. Thank you, and may God bless you as make the decision.
Thank you, candidates, for the information you have given to the members so that they can be able to vote for you. So with that, members, we can be able to, now at least you have made a decision. Unataka kuchagua nani kati ya the 8. I believe you have made the decision, and therefore I request that the 8 wapitie hii mlango in the next few minutes tumalize. Sidio? Sawa sawa. So that after we are through with the board, tutaingia kwa supervisory committee. So Gladys, we are going to start with candidate number. Remember, you are voting for your best 3. Don't vote for more than 3. I will start with number 1, that is Frederick Okello. Those who are voting for Frederick, tupate kura zake. So we are going to candidate number 2, but for maybe another information that the staff members, however much they are members of the society, due to the conflict of interest because we are voting for their leadership, they abstain for purposes of sustaining their work in the society. Sidio? So that is why nilisi kutaka kuhesabu for the staff members with that consideration. We go to number 2, George Lugu. Those who are voting for George Lugu. Number 3, we have Joe Katunge Madheka. Those who are voting for Joe Katunge. Sorry, Joy. Spole. Number 4, we have Martha Kendi. Martha Kendi. Next we have Evelyn Gandani. Evelyn Gandani. Next, we have Doreen Nyakerario Moturi. Doreen Moturi. Next, we have Pamela Bateta. Pamela Bateta. Next, we have Justin Nyagechanga. Justin Nyagechanga. So thank you members for voting. They can now come back so that we can announce the results. So thank you members, I hope they are back. Wamerudi? Sawa sawa, the candidates were 9, kila mmoja amepata kura zake. And, oh, there were 8. Ninawaongeza. Sorry for that, there were 8. So with that, kila mmoja amepata kura zake. Frederick Okero Akongo, 137 votes. George Rugu, 96 votes. Joy Katunge Madheka, 116 votes. Martha Kendi, 9 votes. Evelyn Gandani, 17 votes. Doreen Nyakerario Moturi, 14 votes. Pamela Bateta, 16 votes. Justin Mecha Nyagechanga, 28 votes. Therefore, members have decided that we have Frederick Okero Akongo, Joy Katunge Madheka, and George Rugu. Wako wapi? Wako wapi? Sasa wakuje. Members have decided to elevate them to the higher table for a term of 3 years. So with that, congratulations to the 3, and all those who participated are leaders, and therefore we also congratulate the 8 of them who wanted a position in the board. We go to the next committee, that is the Supervisory Committee. Supervisory Committee, where Elizabeth was retiring, as they get congratulations. So for the Supervisory Committee, we were able to receive and we were able to clear 2 applicants, and therefore we are presenting the 2 to this AGM for that 1 position in the Supervisory Committee. We have Bleda Mindeva. I understand Bleda Mindeva from the CEO had an emergency, a medical emergency. Yes? CEO? Sawa sawa. So we have Bleda Mindeva and Cyrus Kuya Nanjero. Cyrus ako wapi? Ako hapo. Bleda had an emergency and therefore I understand was not able to be with us for this AGM due to a medical emergency, and therefore we only have Cyrus who can be able to say something. 1 minute.
Good evening, members. It's a great honor for me to be here today. I'm here to ask your votes for the Supervisory Committee. My background is accountancy and auditing. I have over 6 years experience in external audit and over 10 years in not-for-profit organizations. The main strategy will be safeguarding members' deposits and assets, streamlining processes, and monitoring the board in the implementation of Finnlemm's development strategies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have the 2, Bleda and Cyrus. Between the 2, tunachagua mmoja, si ndio? Kwa hivyo, because Bleda is not in, Cyrus atatoka. Members waamue kati ya Bleda na Cyrus, unachagua nani? So let's start with number 1, Bleda Mindeva. Those who are voting for Bleda, tupate kura zake. Next, those who are voting for Cyrus Kuya Nanjelo, tupate kura zake. So members, we are through with the Supervisory Committee. Walikuwa wawili, kila mmoja amepata kura zake. So we have Bleda Mindeva, 5 votes. Hakuna makofi. Cyrus Kuya Nanjero, 110 votes. Therefore, we have Cyrus Kuya Nanjero joining the Supervisory Committee for a term of 3 years. And therefore, with that, members, we are through with that agenda of elections, and therefore, thank you, members, and I take it back to the chair. Asanteni.
Yes. Oh, so you want to go right away? It's okay. It's fine. Thank you very much. James? So then out. Oh, you want to say something? Please give him the microphone.
Hello. As much as time has gone, please, we must change to strategy for elections. Either it should be the first agenda when people come in, or let us do something about this election issue. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a concern, and it's been there for years. Can we attend AGM on time so that we start early? And secondly, we manage time. Ordinarily, that is the sequence for AGMs. Election is usually after the other businesses are undertaken. But it's something we'll consider, but we must manage time. Thank you. All right. We have now come to the end of the 41st Finnlemm Sacco AGM. Members, I want to sincerely thank you for making time today and for being with us until this time. I want to welcome the new members to the Sacco. Karibuni sana. And welcome back, Fred and George. Let's continue working together in the interest of our members. To the other aspirants who could not make it, remember you're still members of the Sacco. That is how a match is. You can either win or lose, but at the end of the day, we stand together. A game is like that. So please be encouraged, don't be discouraged at all. You can support the Sacco in many other ways. Asanteni. So once more, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank each one of you for being here today. May God bless you. May God expand your boundaries. But remember, it's about our prosperity. I'm so happy you passed all the resolutions. Thank you very much. I'm very happy. It's a plus for all of us. It's a plus for all of us. Thank you and God bless you. On that note, I'll invite Mr. Hudson Alubisia to pray for us.
Thank you so much. Let us pray. Most benevolent, compassionate, merciful God, we thank you for gathering us here as the Finnlemm family to be able to review our performance, to be able to discuss and engage on the various matters that were on the agenda today. We thank you for a successful general meeting. We thank you for the leadership, those that are still in the board and the new that have joined the board and also the supervisory board. And for all the members who've been able to participate in this great 41st year of the membership and also the sustainable growth that we have seen for the last 41 years for this Sacco, we are so grateful to you. Father, now your children are about to dismiss from this hall. We are going to different places. I ask for your journey mercies over the means that we are going to use. Above all, I pray that, Lord, you will prosper each one of us so that we can be able to contribute towards even strengthening the asset base of our Sacco, patronizing the products, and also being supportive to the management and the board to realize the strategic objectives, the targets, and the goals that have been set as per our strategic plan. I thank you and pray for good health upon each one of us, for this is our humble prayer in Jesus' name. God bless you.
Thank you, Hudson. National anthem, please. We can sing.